Have you ever watched a Netflix clone tutorial with the same old stuff? Well, not today. Hey everyone, in this video, we are going to take it to the next level by creating an AI-powered Netflix clone which we'll call NetflixGPT. The most exciting part will be building AI-powered movie recommendations right inside our Netflix app. For movie recommendations, we are not using any external API. Instead, we are using the Gemini AI model which analyzes all the movies available on our platform and recommends the perfect ones based on the parameters we choose. We'll be using the latest version of Next.js to build the front end and back end. NextAuth for authentication, including credentials login, that is sign in with email ID and password, as well as Google and GitHub OAuth. MongoDB with Mongoose has our database. Shadcn for building components and the latest version of Tailwind CSS for styling. Zustand for state management. And not only that, we are going to use TypeScript for both the front end and back end, and will maintain all the types throughout our app. We'll build NetflixGPT step by step and break down every line of code, making it easy for everyone to understand, whether you are a beginner or an advanced developer. And the best part, we'll also deploy this project on Vercel. So by the end of this video, you'll have a real production ready project that you can proudly showcase on your resume or portfolio. Also, if you're looking for industry level projects like this, check out frontendlab.io, your one-stop platform for front-end development and full-stack development. Whether you are a beginner or an advanced developer, you will find a wide range of projects to work on. Each project includes clear instructions on what to build, a Figma design, and community support if you get stuck. You can even deploy and share your work directly from the platform. Over 600 plus developers are already learning and building with frontendlab.io, so join the party now. Links are in the description. If you want me to create part 2 of this video where we integrate payment gateway, multiple profiles like kids profile, search and filters, account settings, full movie details page, multiple AI models integration and more, I'll create part 2 if this video gets 300 likes and 100 comments. So if you have not liked or commented yet, make sure to hit that like button and drop a comment below. Also, if you are finding the video helpful, please consider subscribing. More than 90% of viewers have not subscribed yet, and your support really motivates me to keep creating more quality content. First, we are on the sign up page. Let's create a new account. Username, frontendlab, email, frontendlab@gmail.com, password 123456. We can also sign up with Google or GitHub OAuth. Let's click sign up. We are redirected to the profiles page, just like Netflix. Here we will choose the profile and you can see we are getting the username frontendlab. Let's click the profile. We are on the home page and you can see we have this Billboard component which play the random movie. So if I refresh the page, you can see the random movie is playing. Every time the page refreshes, we play the random movie. Using this play button, we can play the movie in full screen. We can use all the native controls like this slider. We can also download the movie, playback speed, picture in picture, etc. Let's exit from the full screen. We have this title, movie title, Elephant's Dream, movie description, and clicking this more info button will open a Modal. You can see we are playing the movie in Modal as well. From here also we can play the movie or we can add this movie in our favorites. So if I click this button, this movie is added in my favorite. Here you can see in the Modal we are showing some details of the movie like the duration, quality, description, the surreal story of two men exploring the strange and abstract world inside a machine, experimental, this is the genre of the movie, then modes like surreal, mysterious, introspective. Let's close this Modal and if I scroll it, here we are showing the top movies, and if I hover on any movie, we are showing this pop-up. Here also we can add the movie to the favorite. We are showing the genre, the duration. We can play this movie as well using this play button. So if I click this button, and from here as well we can open this Modal which again play the movie. From here again we have the same control. We can add this movie in our favorites, description, genre, modes, duration, quality, etc. Let's close this. And if you see, I added this movie in my favorite. So this is the favorite list in which we are showing the favorites movie. So if I mark this unfavorite, you can see the movie is removed from my favorites, and you can see we are not able to see the list as well. Let's add this movie. So I will add this movie as well, this movie as well. So you can see we have two movies in my favorites, and from here also we can open the modal, play the movie. We have all the native controls like download, picture in picture, we can move forward, etc. Let's exit it. Then we have this nice little navbar, home, shows, movies, games, and if you see in the right side we have the profile. From here we can do sign out. Now here's the most exciting part. If I click this button, it opens a special modal where users can get AI powered movie recommendations. Here we can enter all the parameters like duration, rating, mood and genres. So let's say I will select the duration as 2 minutes, rating as 2, then I will select bunch of moods, genres, then I will click generate recommendations. It has opened the new modal with the recommended movies. So Tears of Steel, Sintel, Elephant's Dream, Big Bug Bunny. So these are all the recommended movies that we are getting from the Gemini model. These recommended movies are not random from any external API. We are using the Gemini AI model which analyzes all the movies currently in our platform and recommends the perfect ones based on the parameters we choose. So you can see first we have the reason why the model has chosen this movie. The reason is based on your preferences for science fiction, fantasy, experimental, animation. So these all the modes and genres we selected. They all meet your minimum duration and rating requirements and offer a diverse range of engaging experiences. The first movie is Tears of Steel. We have the title, description and duration. We can play this movie as well. So if I click this, so it is playing the movie in full screen mode. We can use all the native controls like this slider. We can download this movie, playback speed, picture in picture, etc. Let me cancel it. The second movie is Sintel. Again we have the description, duration, then Elephant's Dream, then Big Bug Bunny. Let's play this Big Bug Bunny. Let's move forward. All these movies exist in our database. So if I copy this URL and open in new tab and let's see the top movies. So you can see we have this Sintel. No, this is the Sintel. I think this one is the Tears of Steel. So if you see in the recommended modal, Tears of Steel, Sintel, Elephant's Dream. So you can see this is the Sintel, Tears of Steel, Elephant's Dream, and then we have Big Bug Bunny. So this is the Big Bug Bunny. So all these recommended movies are not taken from any external API. We are using the Gemini model and giving all our movie data set plus the preferences we choose. And the model recommended us all the movies based on our preferences and with reason as well. So these all cool things we are going to build in this video. You are going to learn a lot. We are going to use all the modern tech stack to build this NetflixGPT clone. Let's dive in. Let's set up the Next.js app. So I have created the fl-netflixgpt folder, and in this folder we are going to create a Next app. So I will open the terminal. I will write the command npx create next app and we are not going to use the latest version of Next.js. We are going to use the 15.5.4. The reason we are not using the latest version, because when I created this project, I have used this version 15.5.4, and now Next.js has a 16 version which has major changes that we don't want in this project. But definitely we are going to use the latest version of Next.js in the upcoming projects. After that I will write / and hit enter. Yes. Would you like to use TypeScript? Yes. ESLint? Yes. Tailwind CSS? Yes. Would you like your code inside a source directory? Yes. App router? Yes. Turbo pack? Currently I will disable this, so I will choose no, hit enter. The custom alias will be default one, so hit enter. Now it is installing all the required dependencies, and if I go to package.json, You can see we are using this 15.5.4 version. Now let's spin up the server. npm run dev. I will copy this localhost URL, go to Chrome, paste here, hit enter. So we have this basic Next.js app with the title Next.js, get started by editing page.tsx and so on. So first we will create the sign up page. So if I go to Netflix, you can see first we have to create this page. So this page has Netflix background. We have this form in which we can enter username, email, password, the sign up button, and we also have a Google OAuth and GitHub OAuth. And we have this text, already have an account, login, and clicking this button will redirect the user to the login page. So first let's start by creating this sign up route. So I will go to VS Code, open the app directory, and inside this app directory I will create one folder, sign up. Let's close this terminal. Inside sign up I will create new file, page.tsx. Let's create the arrow function. So sign up, let's return one div with the text sign up, export default sign up. Let's see the page. So I will go to /sign up. Yeah, we have this little text sign up. Now also let's clean up some of the code. So I will go to page.tsx and I will remove this div, return one more div with the text home. Let's remove this image import. Now let's go to global.css and let's remove all of them. And here I will paste this code, this CSS code in global.css. You can find this file in the description below. From there you can also copy this code and paste in this global.css file. Let's hit save, close this file. Let's close this as well. So I will remove this sign up text and I will take one more div, and inside this div I will take one h1 with the text sign up. Let's give some CSS, Tailwind CSS. So the max width for this form will be 480 pixel. So if I go here, you can see the width of this form is 480 pixel. Then we will also give the width full, which is 100%. Background color will be this hex code. So hashtag 6 times 0 3 4 5 6 b3. Then border radius, so rounded, will be SM, which is border radius 4 pixel. Padding Y will be 12. Padding X will be 16. Font will be bold, meaning font weight 700. Then text size will be 2 rem, which is 32 pixel. So we don't have class for 32 pixel, therefore we will use this dynamic class. So for any custom value inside this square bracket we can give the actual value, so 32 pixel. Behind the scene, Tailwind CSS will dynamically create this class and we will have the font size 32 pixel. We can also write 2 rem here instead of pixel value. Let's hit enter here. Let's give some space. Then text color will be white, so text white. Container will be flexbox. Flex direction will be column, so flex column. Gap will be 5, which is 20 pixel. And we will also give the z index of 50. Okay. Let's give the classes for this div as well. So the height of this div, meaning this entire page, will be 100 VH. So min height screen, which is min height 100 VH. You can see from this pop-up. Background will be cover, background center, BG no repeat, flex, items center, justify center. Background color will be black. Let's hit enter here. And then I will add one more class, which is login container. If I copy this class and go to global.css, you can see we are getting the class from this file. So here what we are doing, we are setting the background image for this div. Then we have the content empty, position absolute, and insert 0, means from top, left, right, bottom, from all places the position will be 0. And we are also setting the opacity value, which is 0.5. So we will have some blur background. Let's also hit enter here, so you can see all the classes. Okay. And also the reason I am giving these classes, because we are setting the background image for this div. And if I hover this background cover, you can see the background size is cover. The background position is center. So we want the image to be in center. The background no repeat means image should not repeat. And we have this flex item center, etc. Let's take it here. Now let's take one input. So for input, I am not going to use the native input from HTML. So we have this input tag, so we can write directly, but I am going to use the input from Shadcn. So I will open the terminal, open new terminal, and I will go to Chrome and search for input Shadcn. Go to the first link, copy this command. Let's paste it here. So let's hit enter. Yes, the color will be neutral. So you can see this command installed the input component. So if I go to source components, you can see this input. Now what I will do, in source I will create one more folder, shared, and I will create one more folder inside shared, components, and one more folder inside shared, UI. So inside UI we will keep this component from Shadcn. So you can see here we have this components folder. So I will drag the input from here and will drop inside this UI folder, and we will delete this components file, not file, folder, and we will rename this with capital I, input.tsx. Okay, let's go to sign up page. Here I will take the input. So input will come from shared UI/input, and here let's write capital I. Let's close this terminal. Now let's pass the type. So type will be name, placeholder, so placeholder will be username, class name, padding y 6, padding x 2. Let's see how it is looking now. Okay, so we have this input username. Let's do the same for email and password. So I will copy this, paste 2 times. Type will be email, placeholder will be email, type will be password, placeholder will be password. Let's see. Okay, so we have these 3 inputs. Now let's take this button. So button text will be sign up. Let's give the classes. Cursor will be pointer. Width will be full, which is 100%. Background color will be this hex code. So hashtag E50914. Text will be base, which is font size 16 pixel. Font medium. Border radius will be rounded. Large. Padding Y will be 2.5. Let's see the button. So we have this sign up button. Now let's create this or text, this Google GitHub buttons, and this already have an account text. So let's go back. After this button, I will take one p tag, class name, text will be base, text color will be this hex code. So 6 times F, 3, 4, 5, 6, B3, text will be center. After this or text, we will take one more div. Let's give the class name, flex items center, justify center, gap will be 4, and inside this div we will take the Google and GitHub logo. So first let's install the React icons. So let's go to Google, npm React icons. Let's go to the first link, copy this command, open new terminal. Let's paste this command. So we have installed the React icons. Now we can take FC Google. Let's give the class name. Cursor will be pointer. Width will be 10, so w-10 which is 40 pixel. Height will be 10 which is 40 pixel. Let's do the same for GitHub. The icon will be BS GitHub. Let's copy this class name. Let's paste it here. Let's see how it is looking now. Let's close this React icons, the Shadcn. Okay, so we have the Google and GitHub icons. But if I click on it, it will not redirect me to the Google OAuth or GitHub OAuth page because we have not added any handler on it. Now let's take this text already have an account and this login anchor as well. But before that, let's change this title, create next app and this Vercel. So I will go to layout.tsx. Here I will write Netflix and then in app I will paste this favicon, this Netflix favicon. You can also find this logo in the description below. And I will delete this file. Let's rename this. Hit enter. Now let's see the title. So we have this Netflix logo and this Netflix text. Let's close this layout.tsx. Now under this div I will create one more div. Inside this I will take one span. I will write the text already have an account ? Let's give some classes to this span. So text color will be this one. So I will copy this hex code. Text hashtag. Text font size will be text base which is 16 pixel. Font will be normal which is font weight 400. After this span I will take one link and this link comes from next/link, not from this package Lucid React. So let's import this and here I will write login and the href for this link will be href. Let's take this string /login. So this will redirect us to the login page. Let's give some class name. Font will be medium. Text size will be base. Let's see how it is looking now. Okay, so we have this Google GitHub icons, already have an account. Let's give some space here after ? So I will go back and I will take curly braces and string. Let's see. Okay, so we have this space, but if I click the login button, it will redirect me to the login page, but currently this page does not exist. That's why we are getting this 404. This page could not be found. Later we will create this page after sign up. Let's go back. Now we have created the UI. You can see the background image and this form as well. Now let's work on the functionality part. So user can create the accounts by entering username, email, password. And we are going to store the user in MongoDB database. So for that we have to also set up MongoDB. So first let's create some state variable for username, email and password so that we will have the entered username, password and email in our state variables. After setting up MongoDB, we can store that state variables in our DB, which is MongoDB. So let's create 3 state variable. So first for name, so set name, use state. The default value will be empty string. Let's do for email, set email, use state. Then for password, use state, empty string. And let's assign these values. So I will go to this input. Name will be this name, on change. So this will be an arrow function. So first let's hit enter here. E set name e.target.value. Let's copy this on change. Let's do the same for email. Let's change the state variable. So set email. Let's do the same for password. Set password. And for sign up button, I will create one function. Also let's assign this email and password a value. So for email the value will be email, for password the value will be password. Let's create the function handle sign up. Let's copy this function, go to sign up button. Here I will add one handler on click handle sign up. So whenever this button gets clicked, we will call this handle sign up function. Now let's create the database. So I will go to Chrome. Okay, so we are getting this error, use client directive. So I will go to sign up page, and here we are using the state variables, and currently this component is a server component, and in server component the state variables are not supported. So I will mark this component as use client. Now let's see, let's refresh the page. Now the error is gone. Now I will write MongoDB Atlas, go to the first link, sign in. In MongoDB I have already created this project NetflixGPT. So you can also create the project if you have not. So you can go to view all projects, and from here you can create the project. So if I click create project, you can see you can enter the project name and simply create next, and after that you can create the project. So I will go back, go to NetflixGPT, and here we have to first create the cluster. So I will hit this button create. I will choose the free tier. The cluster name will be cluster 0, provider will be AWS, region will be AP Mumbai AP South 1. Let's hit create deployment. So we have this username and password. Then we will click choose a connection method. So first we will create the database user, and the username and password is already filled. So I will hit create database user. Okay, then choose a connection method. I will choose the driver one. I will copy this URI, click done, and then go to VS Code. I will create one file.env, create one variable MongoDB URI, and I will paste this URI. And also don't use my URI, because after this project I will delete this database, so use your own URI. Then let's see. So go to clusters, browse collections. So currently we don't have any collections, but we will create, for example, users collection, movies collection, etc. And after creating that, we will able to see all this collection in this page. But now we have this MongoDB URI. Now let's create the connectDB function. So before storing the user in MongoDB, we have to connect to the database. So for that, let's create the connect to DB function. So in source, I will create one folder lib, which stands for library. So I think this is already created. So here we have this lib. Okay. So inside lib, I will create one file db.ts. So in this file, we will write the function that will connect to our database, which is this URI. So let's copy this MongoDB URI. Let's create one const mongo URI, which will be process.env.mongodb URI. Connecting to a database in Next.js and connecting to a database in Express app is very different. Like in Express app, we can simply write one function connect to DB, and using mongoose.connect we can directly connect to a database. We will write the same code here as well, but here we have to do some different things as well, because in Next.js we write client-side code as well as server-side code. So whenever the hot module reloads happen, every time this function that we are going to write connect to DB will get called, and whenever this function gets called, we will try to connect to the database. But we have to connect to a database only once in the entire life cycle. So for that, we are going to cache the connection, and we are going to store that in a global variable. And whenever this function gets called, first we will check if that cache have a connection, then we will directly return that connection, else we will connect to the database. As we write the code, you will have a better understanding. So let's create one variable cached. It will be global.mongoose. So we are creating one variable mongoose in global object. Currently it is throwing error because global does not have a type mongoose. And what is this global? It is a window object. So if I command click on this, you can see it is referring to a global this. And if I go to Chrome, open the developer tool, and if I print console.log global this, you can see it is a window object. Now we want to tell the TypeScript that we want this mongoose as well in global object. So what we are going to do, in source I will create one file types.d.ts, and here I will declare the global object, will create the mongoose variable, and the type will be object, and this mongoose will store two fields. First one is connection of type connection, which will come from mongoose. Okay, we have not installed the mongoose yet, so first let's install it. So I will open the terminal, npm install mongoose. Let's also restart the server. So npm run dev. Let's close the terminal. Here I will create the connection of type connection, and this connection will store the MongoDB connection, and this will also be null, because whenever we first time establish this connection, the connection will be null. So that's why we have to give both the types, connection as well as null. After that I will also create one more variable promise of type promise. Here I will give the connection, and this also null. In this connection we will store the MongoDB connection, and in this promise what we will store, whenever we call mongoose.connect, that will return us a promise, and that promise we will store in this field. So whenever we are trying to connect to a database again, we will check if this promise is in processing. That means we are already connecting to a database. So simply we will await this, like we will try to complete this process, else we will establish a new promise. Now if I go to db.ts, you can see this error is gone, and this has the type. And in types we have to also write export object. Now let's go to db.ts. So first we will check if cache is undefined or empty. Then we will do cache equals to global.mongoose equals to, we will create a new object connection, which will be null, promise, which will be null. If the cache is null, we are giving the default values for connection and promise, which is null. Then we will create one async function connect to db. Here first I will check if cache.connection, if this connection exists, that means we are already connected to a database. So we will return this connection. I hope you have understood everything so far. Then I will check if cache.promise, if this is undefined, and first time this will be undefined. So we will initialize the value. So cache.promise mongoose. Let's import the mongoose. So I will write import mongoose from mongoose. Then dot connect, and here I will give the URI, Mongo URI, then one object which will be buffer commands, which is true, then max pool size, which is 10, then dot, then I will return the mongoose dot connection. Okay, so this is giving the type error. So what I will do, I will write exclamation mark here. So we are 100% sure that this variable will exist. That's why we are unwrapping this. Now what we are doing here, we are storing the promise from mongoose.connect. So you can see if I hover on this connect, this returns a promise that we are storing in this cache.promise variable. And what these two fields means, buffer commands true. This means, let me copy this buffer commands, go to Chrome, buffer commands, Mongoose. So you can see in Mongoose, buffer commands is an option that controls whether Mongoose buffers operations. So that means, for example, let's say we are running a query user.find, but the database connection is in processing. We have not connected to a database yet. So if we don't write this code, buffer commands true, then Mongoose will throw error that database is not established, the connection is not established so far. But we are writing this buffer commands true, that operation will be queued, like it will be pushed in a queue, and Mongoose will wait until the database connection is not established. And after the connection is established, it will run every function that is stored in the queue. That's why we are writing buffer commands true. And this max pool size 10, this means how many concurrent connection we can do with the database. After this, I will take one try catch block. In try, I will write cache.connection equals to await cache.promise. And in catch block, I will do cache.promise null, and I will throw the error. And in the end, I will return cache.connection and then export connect to DB. Now let's see what we are doing in this try catch block. So here in line number 26, we are assigning a value for the connection field. So we are writing cache.promise. So whenever this cache.promise is undefined, we are storing the promise in this variable, and after this we are awaiting on that promise. So we are connecting to a database. So that's why we have written the await here. And whenever the connection is complete, we will have the connection inside this conn variable. And in that process, if anything goes wrong, for example, a database is down or there is some internet connection issue, then we are throwing the error and we are cache.promise to null, because it will store that promise. So that's why we are resetting this to null. And in the end, whenever anyone calls the connect to DB, we are returning this cache.connection, and this connection will have the database connection. And in the end, we are exporting this. So now we have completed this function connect to DB. Now we can use this function in our backend endpoints. Now let's create the user model. So in source, I will create new folder, models, new file, user.ts. And first let's install the bcrypt.js. So I will create new terminal, npm install bcrypt. So we will use this package to store the user password, but we will first encrypt it and then we will store in our database. We will not store it in a plain text. Let's quit this terminal. Let's create the user schema, new schema. This will come from Mongoose. It will be an object. Let's take the name, type string, required true. Let's do the same for email, type string, required true, and this will be unique. So I will add unique true. Password, type string. We will not mark this as required because we will also have Google OAuth and GitHub OAuth, and in that case we will not getting the password from user. So that's why I will not mark this as true. This will only be required in CRED login. Then image, this is also type string, and again this will also required false, because in Google and GitHub only we are getting the user image, not in normal login. So if I go to Netflix, you can see here we are not uploading any image, but whenever we sign in with Google or GitHub, we will get the user image. Let's go back, and then there will be one more field, favorites. This will be array, type will be schema dot types dot object id, and reference movie. Let's add the comma here. So what is this favorites? So we will use this field whenever user mark any movie to their favorite, and the reference will be movie collection. So in this favorite we will store the MongoDB ID. That's why I have given the type as schema.types.object ID, and that object ID will reference to this movie collection. Let's add the timestamp as well. So timestamps true. So every time new user is created, we will automatically get the created ad and updated ad field because of these timestamps. Let's also add one hook. So user schema dot pre save, it will be a async function next, and here what we are going to do, so whenever we are storing the password, we will not write the encryption logic in the route, we will write here only. So whenever the password is changed or updated, we will encrypt that and then we will store it. So first I will check if this dot password is there and this dot is modified, the password field, then we will do this dot password equals to await bcrypt dot hash, this dot password 10. So we will encrypt this password and then we will store it, and after that I will call this next function. Let's create the user. So user, so first we will check if models, which is coming from Mongoose, dot user, so if user exists in models, then we will directly take that user, else or we will create the model. So model user schema. So this will also come from Mongoose, so let's import it. Yeah, now let's export this default user. So if I repeat what we are doing on line 34, then we are checking if models.user exist. That means user model is already created, then we don't want to create once again. We will directly get it from the models and we will have this user model and we can directly use it. Else if that does not exist, means the app is started first time, then we will create that model. If we are in the Express app, then we don't have to write syntax like this, we can directly write this syntax, but in Next.js we have to write like this only. Okay, so we have created the user model. Now let's create the register endpoint. So whenever user clicks the sign up button, we will call the register endpoint and we will store this user in our MongoDB. So let's go back. In app I will create a new folder, API. In API I will create one more folder, register, new file, route.ts. Let's write a function, export async function. It will be a post request, the type will be next request. Let's take the try catch block. First let's connect to the database, so I will call this connect to DB. After this I will extract the name, email and password from request.json, and it is a promise, so that's why I will write the await. After this I will check if name or email or password is undefined, then we will return next response .json message. It will be a string, all fields are required, and status code will be 400. After this we will check existing user, so await user, which will come from model/user. We will find the user, so I will call find one, and we will find the user by email, and we'll check if existing user exists, That means this user is already exist in our database, so we will not create it. So I will return next response dot json message email already taken status 400. If that user does not exist, then I will write await user dot create name email password, and I will return response next response dot json message user registered successfully status code, which will be 201. And in this process, if we encountered any error, then inside catch block, first I will log this error, so console.log error, and after that I will return next response dot json message internal server error, and status code will be 500. Now let's use this endpoint. So I will go to page.tsx and let's close all this file. First let's install the Axios. So I will open new terminal, npm install Axios, and let's also add the sooner component. So if you don't know what is sooner, let's go to Chrome, sooner Shadcn. So you can see using sooner we can have this toast that we can use for warnings. Let's say if user has not entered the email, we can tell them email is required or password is required. So if I go below here, we can copy this command and paste it here. So it has created one file sooner.tsx inside components. So first I will rename this to capital S, and then I will move this to shared and then UI, and let's delete this components folder. After this, if I go here, you can see first we have to call this toaster component in layout.tsx. So let's go to layout.tsx and let's call this component toaster. Let's close this file. Let's close this terminal. Now in handle signup, I will take one try catch block. About try, I will check if name or email or password is undefined. Then first I will return, and then I will write toast dot error all fields are required, and then await axios dot post /API/register. So we are calling this register API, and in body I will pass name, email and password. So this is throwing an error, so I will mark this function as async, and in catch I will log the error, so console.log error. Now let's test this code. So I will go to Chrome, let's close this, let's refresh the page, let's create the first user. So username I will write frontend lab, email I will write frontendlab@gmail.com, password frontend lab. Let's do sign up, but before that let's open this terminal. Let's go to network and I will hit this sign up button. Let's remove this. Let's go to fetch. So you can see we are calling this register endpoint, but currently it is in pending status. So let's see why this is in pending. Let's go back. Let's open the terminal. Let's see what we are getting here. So we have hit this register endpoint. Okay, so this is throwing 500 internal server error. So let's see. Okay, so in terminal we have got the error So Mongoose server selection error. Okay, so let's go to MongoDB database, go to database and network access. So this is a IP problem, so we have to add the IP address. Let's go to IP access list. Let's add IP address, allow access from anywhere. So currently I will allow the access from anywhere, confirm. So now this is active. Let's try one more time. Let's go to sign up page. Let's clear this console. Let's hit sign up. Okay, so now we have got the 201 status. Let's see the preview. User registered successfully. Let's see in the database. So I will go to clusters, browse collections. So we have this users collection and we have created the user. Frontend lab, this is the email. You can see the password is encrypted. The favorites, which is empty, is created at and updated at. We have successfully registered and user is also created on the database. But on the app, we are not logged in. We are still on the sign up page. So we have to write the login logic so that after user is registered, we have to send the user to the home page and we have to also log in the user. So for that, we are going to use NextAuth. So if I go to Google and search NextAuth, go to this link, get started, copy this command. Let's install this library. This library is installed. Now let's go to API, and inside API we have to create new folder auth. So if you see the documentation here, so you can see we have to create a API folder, then auth folder, and then this new file. So let's do the same. Inside auth I will create new folder. In square bracket we have to write ... NextAuth. And inside this folder in NextAuth I will create new file option.ts. So here we will create the options. So if I go to the documentation, you can see this is the auth options that we have to create. This is for GitHub, but we will create for credentials. So if I scroll here, okay, so here we don't have the credential. Let's search for credentials. Okay, so we have to create this credentials provider. So let's create it. I will write export const auth options, type will be auth options equals to, then providers, this will be array. I will take the credential provider, so this one I will write here provider. Let's give the name credentials, then credentials, this will be an object. So for credential we will take two fields, email and password. So I will write email, label will be email, label, type will be text, then password, label will be password, type will be password. Then after this credentials object I will take one function authorize. This will be a async function. Here we will get the credentials. So whenever user is trying to log in, this function will get called. So let's check if credentials dot email or credentials dot password is undefined. So you can see I have used not operator here. So if any of them is undefined, we will throw a error, throw new error, email and password is required. Else we will take one try catch block. First we will connect to DB. So await connect to DB. After that we will check user, await user dot find one. So let's import this user, find one with email credentials dot email. Then we will check if user is undefined, means user does not exist in our database. Then we will throw a new error, user does not exist, because if user is not exist, that means user is not registered, so we will not allow the user to log in our app. We will throw a error saying user does not exist. But if user exists, then we will check if the password is correct or not. So is password correct? Await bcrypt.compare. So we will compare the password, credentials.password and user.password. So here we are checking if the password is correct or not. This is the user enter password and this is the password that we have saved in our database. So if I go to Chrome, this is the password that we are decrypting it and checking if it is correct or not. So first we will check if his password is not correct. Then we will throw a new error, invalid email or password. Don't throw only error that invalid password, else user will know that this password is exist in our database. If the password is correct, then we will return this user. So this user that we are getting from the database. And inside catch, if there is some error, we will throw that as well. So this is the logic for credentials login. Now let's use this credentials login. So I will go to sign up page. We will create one function, handle login. It will be a async function. Let's take try catch block. Let's log the error. So we will do const response equals to await sign in. This sign in we are importing from NextAuth/React, and we will do credentials. So we are doing credentials login. After that, we have to also pass the body. So we will pass email, password, redirect false, callback URL, home page. And then we will check if response is not okay. So you can see I have used not operator. So if there is some error, that means user does not exist or email or password is not defined or the password is not correct. If there is some error, then we will do toast dot error response dot error and we will do return. Else what we will do, we will navigate the user to the home page. So for that I will create the router. So router, use router, and then I will do router dot push slash, and then we will call this login function after user is registered. So let's test this code. So I will go to MongoDB. So currently we don't have the login page. So we will try to create one more user and then we will see if the login is working or not. So let's go here. Okay, so this is throwing the error, next router was not mounted. Okay, so we have to import this from navigation. Okay, let's see. Yeah, now it is working. So let's do the username test, email test@gmail.com, password 123456. Let's do the sign up. Okay, so we are getting some error, this page could not be found. Oh, okay, got it. So let's go to option.ts and here let's scroll down, and after this we have to write the pages, the sign in page. So sign in page will be /login. This page does not exist now, but we will create it, and then we have to give the secret. So secret will be process.env.nextAuthSecret. And let's also do the session. So session will be strategy JWT. So we will use the JWT token. Now let's go to env file, and here let's create this NextAuth secret. Let's rename this to auth secret. Let's copy this. Here we can give any value, but I will open the terminal and I will generate a secret. So I will paste this command. So this is OpenSL RAND base 6432. So I will hit enter. This will give me a new secret and I will use this secret. You can also generate this secret using this command. Let's close this. Let's also restart the server. So I will do Control C, npm run dev. After this, we have to use these auth options. Currently we have created this, but we are not using this anywhere. So in NextAuth, I will create a new file, route.ts. Here we will create the handler NextAuth and we will provide the auth options. Now let's export this handler. Export handler has get comma handler. We will export this handler get request and then post request as well. Now let's see. Let me refresh the page. Go to sign up page. Also let's delete this test user. So I will hit delete. We will create this again. Let's go username test, email test@gmail.com, password 123456. Let's open the network tab. Let's hit sign up. Okay, so we have successfully registered. You can see the status is 201 and user registered successfully. And also we have successfully routed the user to home page. Currently we have this text home. And also if I go to cookies, so if I go to application then cookies, so you can see all this authentication is managed by NextAuth itself. We don't have to store the JWT token or do anything with that. You can see it has all the mechanism. We just have to use the NextAuth functions. So user is successfully logged in, and if I refresh the page, you can see we are still on the home page. Now what we will do, so you can see if I go to sign up, I am logged in, but still I am navigating to sign up page. So we have to protect the sign up page and home page as well. So if I am logged in, then I should not go to sign up or login page, else I should able to go. And same for logout as well. If I am not logged in, then I should not able to go to home page and I should able to go to sign up and login page. So let's do that. In source, I will create a new file middleware.ts. So this is a special file from Next.js. Here we will export one function, async function, name middleware. Then we will take the request object, type will be next request, and here we will check the token. So const token equals to get token. We will pass the request object. This get token is coming from NextAuth/JWT. Now let's also take the path name. So path name request.nextURL.pathname. And then we will check if token does not exist and path name is not equals to sign up /signup and path name not equals to /login, then so if token is undefined and user path name is not equals to sign up and not equals to login, then we will do return next response dot redirect new URL will be login request.url. So if user is on the home page, then we will redirect the user to the login page if token is not available. Else if token is there and path name is triple equals to login or path name triple equals to /signup, then we will do return. Let's copy this. We will redirect the user to the home page. So if token is available and user is trying to go to login page or sign up page, then we will redirect the user to home page. Now let's export const config it will be a object matcher slash login slash signup and slash profiles. So this config means in which page this function should get called. So this function should get called on home page, login page, sign up page, and we are also creating a profiles page. So this function gets invoked whenever user is on some of the pages. Now let's see if it is working or not. So I will refresh the page. So you can see I am redirected to the home page. Let's try to go to sign up. So I am redirected. Let's try to go to login. So I am redirected. Now let's create the login page. So if I go to sign up, okay, so I am not able to. So let's clear the history. So I will go to application. So currently we don't have the logout button. So we will delete the site data. So go to storage, clear site data. Now if I refresh the page, you can see I am on the login page. Now let's go to sign up. Now let's create the login page. So let's go back. So inside app, I will create new folder, login. Let's create new file, page.tsx. Now let's create the login page. So this login page will be same as sign up page. So if I go to localhost 301 and go to sign up page, then you can see on sign up page we have the username, email, password, sign up button, Google OAuth, GitHub OAuth, and this text already have an account, login. And on login page we only don't have the username field and rest all are the same. So I will go to VS Code, go to sign up page, and I will copy this JSX. So I will copy this entire div and paste in login page. First let's create the login arrow function and I will return this JSX. Now we have to create couple of state variables. Name, we are not going to use name. We are only going to use email and password. So I will create the state variable email, set email, use state, empty string, the default value for email, password, set password, use state, empty string. Let's import this input component from shared/input, handle sign up, so it will be handle login, and this login function is also same as sign up. So I will go to sign up page and copy this entire handle login. Let's paste it here. FC Google, so this is the Google logo, import from React icons, GitHub logo, this link component, this will from next/link, and we will change this href to sign up. So whenever we click this login button, we will redirect the user to sign up. Let's change the text to sign up, and here I will write new to Netflix. So we are getting some errors here. Okay, so sign in. So let's import the sign in from NextAuth/React, toast from sooner, router. So this will be from next/navigation. So use router next/navigation, and we have to export this login function. So I will do export default login, and then we have to also mark this component as use client because we are using state variables in this component. Now let's see. So if I refresh the page, so we have this login page. Now if I click on sign up, I am able to go to the sign up page. If I click on login, then I am able to navigate to the login page. We can add the email and password as well. So I will do test@gmail.com. Let's try to use this credential. So this Frontend lab credential. If I refresh the MongoDB, so you can see we have two users, test and Frontend lab. So let's try to log in using the Frontend lab account. So I will go here, frontendlab@gmail.com, password 1234567889. Okay, invalid email or password. Let's try to log in using test account, and password is 123456. Okay, so we have logged in. We are redirected to the home page. Now if I try to go to login page, then again we are redirecting the user to the home page. Let's try for sign up. Again we are redirecting the user to home page because we are currently logged in. Now let's log out. So I will go to application, storage, clear site data, refresh the page. So we are in the login page. Now if I go to home page, then it will be redirected to the login because we are not logged in. Now let's complete the Google and GitHub OAuth. So for that we have to configure the project on Google and GitHub as well. So I will go to Google, search for cloud.google.com. I will switch the account, then go to console. After that we will create a new project. So click on this new project. The name is my project 3297. Let's rename this to NetflixGPT. Create. Let's select this project. After that we have to go to API send service. So I will click this API send service. Then go to OAuth consent screen. So we have to get the client ID and client secret. So let's click get started. Let's give the name same NetflixGPT. Support email, let's choose the default one. Next. Audience, let's choose the external. Next. Email address. Next. I agree. Continue. Let's create it. So on this page we have filled all the information that will be visible on the Google account page when user try to sign in our app using Google. Let's create the OAuth client using this button, create OAuth client. Application type web application. Let's give the name web client 1. Now here we have to add the URI. So you can see here the message is for use with request from a browser. So here we have to add the localhost URL. So I will copy this URL. Let's paste it, remove the login. Then we have to add the authorized redirect URIs. Here we have to write, let me go to credentials, search for Google configuration, and here we have to put this URL for development. So this is a requirement by NextAuth itself. So I will copy this URL, paste it here. And after when you deploy this app, then again we have to add this both URI. For this URI, authorized redirect URIs, we have to add like this: HTTPS, the domain of the app, and API auth/callback/Google. And for authorized JavaScript origins, we have to add the production URL of the deployed application. Now let's hit create. So you can see we get the client ID. So let's copy this client ID, go to .env file. Here I will write Google client ID. Let's do OK. Let's click the web client one, and this is the client secret. So let's copy this client secret. Let's go Google client secret. Don't use my Google client ID and client secret because after this project I will delete this application. Now let's go to the NextAuth page. So we have to write the code like this: Google provider, client ID, and client secret. So let's go back, go to option.ts, and here first we will import the Google provider. So Google provider from NextAuth /provider/Google, and then in this array I will close this credentials provider. Here we will write Google provider. This will be a object. Let's give the client ID process.env dot, let's copy the name, so Google client ID, then secret, so client secret process.env dot, let's copy the Google client secret. So this is giving a error because type string and undefined is not assignable to type string. So let's unwrap this. So we are 100% sure that this value will exist. Let's do the same for client secret as well. Okay, so the configuration part is done. Now let's go to login page. First let's close all these tab. Then here we will add one on-click handler and we will call one function sign in, and we will provide the Google provider. Yeah, that's it. Let's test it now. I will refresh the page. I will hit the Google button. Yeah, it is redirected towards the Google account page. Now let's choose this user. Continue. Okay, so we are redirected to the home page. If I try to go to login page, it is redirecting to the home page, and same for sign up as well. So we have successfully logged in using Google. If I open the network tab, let's refresh the page and go to application cookies. So you can see all this is managed by NextAuth itself. It has session token, it has CSRF token, callback URL, etc. Now let's clear the storage. So I will hit clear site data. So this will log out the application. Okay. Now let's do the same for sign up page as well for this Google button. So if I click on this, nothing happens. So let's do the same. So I will copy this on click handler, go to sign up page, and here I will add it. Let's test it now. So I will hit this button. Let's choose the account. Okay, so we are successfully signed in. Now if I try to go to sign up page, it will redirect me to the home page. But now let's see the database. So if I refresh it, so you can see I have signed in using Amit Kumar Rai 832 email, but that user is not stored in our database. So we have to write the logic. If any user use the Google or GitHub, then we have to store that user in our database as well. But before that, let's do the GitHub OAuth as well. So first I will clear the storage. So go to storage, clear site data. Let's refresh the page. So if I click on the GitHub, nothing's happened. So we have to do the same like Google, but it is simpler than Google. So I will go to github.com/myprofile, go to settings, then developer settings, then go to OAuth apps. Here you can see I have already created a NetflixGPT app for testing. I will hit this button, new OAuth app. Let's give the application name. So I will give NetflixGPT-FL homepage URL. So I will give the localhost URL. Let's remove the login route. Application description, let it be authorization callback URL. So here also we have to provide that URL. So if I go to Google, let's copy this, paste it here, but we have to replace this Google with GitHub. So localhost 3000/API/auth/callback/GitHub. So we have to give exactly like this only, /API/auth/callback/GitHub. If there is any mistake in any of this route, then the GitHub login will not work. Let's register the application. So here we have the client ID. So let's copy this, go to VS Code.env. So I will write GitHub client ID. Let's paste it. Now we have to generate the client secret. I will hit this generate a new client secret. Copy this client secret and make sure you copy your client secret now, because you won't able to see it again. So I will copy this, and if I refresh the page, we are not able to see the client secret. So I will write GitHub client secret equals to this client secret. And again, don't use my client ID and client secret, because after this video I will delete it. Now let's go to login page, and here in BS GitHub icon I will add one on-click handler, call the sign in function, and we have to provide the provider. So the provider will be GitHub. Let's copy this on click and let's add in sign up page as well. So here in BS GitHub icon I will add this on click handler. After this, let's go to options.ts, and here we have to add the GitHub provider. So let's import it, import GitHub provider. Let's call this GitHub provider, client ID, process.env. I will copy the client ID, GitHub client ID, client secret, process.env. I will copy it from here, GitHub client secret. Let's unwrap this. Okay, now let's test it. I will refresh the page, click the GitHub icon. So this redirected us to the GitHub OAuth page, and I will sign in, authorize. Yeah, it is redirected us to the home page, means the GitHub OAuth is working. If I go to login page, it will redirect to the home page. If I go to sign up page, it will again redirect me to the home page. So both Google and GitHub OAuth is working. So if you want to add more providers like GitLab or Facebook, etc. So what you can do, you can go to providers. I will go to Coinbase. So you can see the process is same. We have to add the client ID, we have to add the client secret, and you can generate the client ID and client secret on the respective website. For example, in Coinbase, or for example, let's go to Discord. You can see the process is same. We have to add the client ID, client secret, and then that sign in function with the respective provider. For example, Discord or Dropbox or email, etc. Now let's try to store the user after user is signing with Google or GitHub. So if I go to database and refresh it, so you can see still we have 2 user only. But if I go to OAuth application, you can see we have 1 user from GitHub and 1 user from Google as well. So let's now store the user. So I will go to VS Code, go to option.ts file, and here we have to add the callbacks. So I will add callbacks. It will be a object, then async function, sign in. So this sign in function will call every time whenever user try to sign in with Google or any other OAuth, let's say Google, GitHub or credentials as well. So what we will do, in this callback we will get the user. I will take one try catch block. First let's connect to the database, so connect DB. Then first we will check the existing user. So existing user, await user.find1. We will find the user by email, so user.email. Then we will check if existing user does not exist. You can see I have added this not operator. That means this user is not exist in our database. Then we will create it. So I will write await user.create. Let's pass the email, user.email, name, user.name, and then image. So user.image. So whenever user try to log in with GitHub or Google, we will have this user.image. So we will store this user.image in our database. In catch block, let's log the error. and then we will return false, and after this catch block I will return true. So in this sign in function, every time we have to return some boolean value. So return true means user is successfully signed in, and false means there was some issue. So you can see if I hover on the sign in function, the return type is boolean, string or boolean. Now let's test this. So I will log out. First I will log out. So go to application, storage, clear site data. Let's refresh the page. Let's do the Google one first. Select the account, but before that, if I click on this NetflixGPT, you can see here is the email, and then choosing an account will redirect you to localhost 3000. So this is the information we added on that Google consent screen. So whenever you deploy this application, we have to add the production URL. Let's click got it, click the account. Okay, so we have successfully signed in. Now let's see if the user is saved or not. So I will hit refresh. Now you can see we have 3 users, and this is the Google one. Name Amit Rai, email amitkumar@32@gmail.com, and this is the image. So if I copy this image and let's paste it here, so you can see this is the image of the Google account. Now let's test it for GitHub. So again I will open the network tab, go to application, clear site data, refresh the page. Let's click the GitHub one. So again we have successfully signed in. Now let's see the database, refresh. So now there should be 4 users. So yeah, we have 4 users. Let's scroll. Yeah, so you can see Amit Rai, email amitrai9322@gmail.com, and this is the avatar of GitHub. So we have successfully saved the user for Google and GitHub OAuth. Now let's close these tabs. So this is not required. Now we will create the profile page. So if I open this Netflix clone, let's log in first. So amit@netflix.com, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0, login. So you can see after login we are redirecting the user to the profiles page, and from here user can select the profile, and after that we will redirect the user to the home page. So let's create this profile page. First let's log out from the application. So I will go to application, storage, clear site data. Let's refresh the page. Okay, let's go back to VS Code. In source, inside app directory, I will create a new folder, profiles. So this is the route name. Inside this folder I will create one file, page.tsx. Let's create the arrow function, const profiles. I will return one div, profiles. Let's export this function, export default profiles. Now let's go to this route. So I will go to profiles. So you can see it is redirecting me to the login page, because if I go to middleware.ts, you can see I have added this matcher, and whenever this page is triggered, like this function is getting called, and you can see we don't have the token because we are not logged in, and this is redirecting me to the login page. But if I remove this matcher, let's remove it, and then if I go to profiles page, okay, so the site can't be reached. Let's refresh the page. Okay, it is not reloading. Let's go back to VS Code, open the terminal. Okay, so the server is shut down because middleware contains invalid config. Okay, so let's remove this string. Let's restart the server, npm run dev. Now let's try, refresh the page. Okay, so now it is working and we have this profiles text. Now let's create this page. So I will close this terminal, go to page.tsx. Inside these profiles, I will take one h1. I will write who's watching. And you can see we are getting this error because of this escaped character. so I will use this instead, %apos. Okay, let's see. Okay, so who's watching? We have this text. Let's give some class here. So class name, text white, font size will be 50.4 pixel. Now let's see. Yeah, so we have this big text, and all these styles properties are inspired by Netflix clone itself. That's why we have this 15.4 pixel, because in Netflix clone also this is the exact value. After this I will take one more div. Let's give the class, it will be a flex container, flex column, gap will be 3. Inside this div I will take one more div, we'll take one image. Let's give the source. So source will be assets/profile.png. First let's import this image component. Height will be 144, width will be 144, alternate text will be profile. And I will also, inside public, I will delete all this file. So I will select it, right click, delete. And I will paste one folder here. So you can see we have this assets folder, and inside this assets folder we have multiple icons. For example, down arrow.svg, info, this profile.png, thumbnail, etc. You can find all of these assets link in the description below. Now let's see the output. So we have this image. Let me refresh the app. So we have this image. Now let's make it center. So you can see here we have all this text in center. So I will go back to VS Code and I will add classes to this parent div. First flex, then width 100%, height will be 100 VH, justify center, item center, which is align item center, flex column, gap will be 8, which is 32 pixel. Now let's see. So now we have this in center. Now let's give class name to this div as well. So you can see here the image has a border radius, it has a border property. So let's give the same. So first I will give the border, which will be 3.2 pixel, 3.24 pixel. Border color will be this hex code, E5, E5, E5. Rounded will be SM, which is 4 pixel border radius. Overflow hidden, cursor pointer. Okay, let's hit enter here so you can see all the classes. Now let's see. Okay, so we have this border and this border radius as well. Now let's take the profile text. So you can see we have this loading and it should show the profile name, means the username. So let's go back. After this div I will take one h3. Let's give the classes. Text color will be this hex code, E5, E5, E5. Font size will be 18.72 pixel. Text will be center. Let's write the text first, loading. Let's see. Okay, so we have this loading text, but now we have to show the username, the name of the user who have signed in our application. So for that, first let's add the middleware. So I will command Z. So we have this profiles middleware. Now if I refresh the page, we will redirect it to the login page, and then I will go to the login page. So inside app, login, page.tsx, handle login, and here you can see we are redirecting the user to home page. So here I will write profiles. I will copy these profiles and will do the same for sign up page as well. So go to sign up, go to handle sign up. In handle login function, I will write these profiles. So after we sign in or log in, we will redirect the user to the profiles page. And from profile page, user can select the profile and then we will redirect the user to the home page. So let's go to profiles page. Let's close all these tab. And first let's sign in. So I will sign in with the test account, test@gmail.com, which we created first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have this sign up text. Let's change it to login. So I will go to login page and I will change this to login. Now let's log in. Okay, so we are redirecting the user to the profiles page. Now we have to show the name of the user. So to fetch the name, I will go to profiles page. I will write const data session use session hook from NextAuth/React. Now if I print this session, let's open the network tab. Okay, so we are getting this error, server components. So I will mark this with use client. Now let's see. Okay, use session must be wrapped in session provider. So first we have to wrap the app inside this session provider, and after that only we can use this hook use session. So I will go back, go to layout.tsx, and here we have to wrap these children in session provider, but we can't directly use session provider because this is a server component. So first I will create one component. So go to shared in components. I will create new folder, not new folder, new file, auth provider.tsx. Let's create this component auth provider. Let's export it default auth provider, and here we will take the parameter as children. Let's give the type children. The type will be React node, and then I will return session provider, and I will wrap these children. Okay, and let's mark this component as use client. Now you know the reason why I did not use auth provider here, because then we have to mark this component as use client, and we can't mark this component as use client. So what we will do, we will copy this auth provider, go to layout.tsx, and here I will call this auth provider, and I will wrap these children inside this auth provider. So what we are doing in auth provider, we are taking the children as a parameter, and we are wrapping these children inside session provider, and then we are returning this session provider. So now let's see. So you can see the error is gone, and we have the user here. So user, inside this object we have the email and name. So let's go back, let's close this login as well. Now what we can do, here we can write session.user.name, and we can also add or if that is not available, then we will write loading. So now let's see. Now if I refresh the page, you can see first loading appears and then the name of the user. Now let's log out from the application and let's sign in with Google. We can see the real name. So go to application, clear site data. Let's refresh the page, sign in with Google, select the account and go to profiles page. So you can see we are able to see the real name of the user. But if you notice, after signing with Google, we are not redirecting the user to the profiles page. So let's do that. So I will go to login page, and here we have to add the callback URL, object callback URL, and I will provide the profiles, and same for GitHub as well. So object callback URL / profiles. Now let's do for sign up as well. So go to sign up page, callback URL / profiles, GitHub callback URL / profiles. Now let's test it. Let's refresh the page. I will click the Google icon. Let's select the profile. Yeah, so we are redirected to the profiles page. Nice. Now after I click this profile icon, I should be redirected to the home page. So let's do that. So I will go to profiles page. I will create the router. So router, use router from next/navigation. I will add click handler on click, handle profile click. Let's copy this. Let's define the function. and I will do router dot push slash profiles. Let's see. Let's click the profiles icon. Okay, we are not redirecting. Oh, I have to remove these profiles. Let's remove it. Let's refresh the page. We'll click profile. Okay, so we are now redirected to the home page. Perfect. Now let's start with the home page. So if I go here, let's sign in. So amit@netflix.com, password 123. So you can see first we have this navbar. We have some items in the left, some items in the right. Then we have this profile drop down where we can sign out, and then we have this hero section with the billboard component. So let's start with the navbar. So I will go here. Let's close all the tabs. Go to shared components, new file, navbar.tsx. So I will write navbar. I will return one div with the text navbar. Let's export this, export default navbar. Now to see this component, we have to call this. So what I will do, I will go to page.tsx, and here I will call the navbar component. So navbar. Let's see. You can see we have this navbar text. Now let's create it. I will go to navbar. Inside this div, I will take one more div. I will take one h1, Netflix. Let's give the classes. Text color will be this hex code E50914, this Netflix red color. Cursor pointer. Text font size will be 25 pixel. Let's see. Okay, so we have this red Netflix text. Now let's take one unordered list. Let's take list item, home. Let's give the classes to unordered list. Flex text size will be text sm, which is 14 pixel font size. Gap will be 5. Let's give the classes here. Text color, this hex code E5 E5 E5. Cursor pointer. Whenever user hover, we will change the text color. So hover, text color will be this hex code B3 B3 B3. And I will also add this class transition colors. So whenever colors changes, we will add this duration, this timing, and this transition property. Because if you see here, whenever I hover, you can see it has little animation. It has some duration whenever the color changes to white to gray whenever I hover. So we will do the same. So let's go. Let's add enter here. Now let's copy this li, paste for shows, then for movies and games. Now let's see. So we have this navbar items, and if I hover, you can see the color is changing. Let's add some classes because we want these items and this Netflix text side by side. So I will go here and I will add classes flex, gap 8 and items center. Let's see. You can see we have this side by side. Now let's add the classes for parent div as well. So the position will be fixed, top 0, width 100%, display flex, justify between, padding x will be 12, padding y will be 14, not 14, 4, bg will be transparent, means background color, transition colors. Let's hit enter here, and duration will be 1000, which is 75 millisecond. Now let's see. So you can see we have this padding here and also from the top. Now when we will take this second item, it will be justify between, means these items will be in the left side and this will be in the right side. So let's take that item. So after this div, after ul, after this div, I will take one more div. Let's give the classes flex, gap will be 15 pixel, item center. I will take the button, classes cursor pointer. Now I will take the sparkle icon from Lucid React. Let's add the class name. Text color will be white. Now let's see. So you can see we have this little icon. Now let's take more buttons. So you can see we have this search, this notification and this profile drop down. So I will go here. After this button, I will take one more image from image component. Source will be /assets /search.svg. Class name cursor pointer. Width 24 pixel, height 24 pixel and alternate text will be search. Now let's copy this and do the same for notification. So notification.svg, alternate will be notification. So we have this search and notification icon. Now let's take the profile drop down. So for that we have to install the drop down component from Shadcn. So I will write drop down Shadcn UI, go to the first link and here I will copy this npm command. Let's go to VS Code, open terminal, I will paste this command. Now it is installing the dependencies. Okay, so we have components inside source drop-down menu.tsx. So what we will do, we will move this component from drop-down to the shared components and then we will rename this to drop-down menu with capital D and capital M. And I will delete this components folder. Let's quit this terminal. Now I will import dropdown. From dropdown, then I will take the dropdown menu trigger. So dropdown menu trigger and make sure you import from this /, not from Redux UI. Let's add the as child. Here I will take one button. So this is the trigger. Clicking this trigger will open our dropdown. Let's give the class. Text color will be white. Cursor will be pointer. Inside this button, I will take one image. Source /assets /profile.png. Height will be 32. Width will be 32. Alternate text will be profile. Class name rounded 4 pixel. So it is throwing a warning, rounded 4 pixel can be written as rounded large, but I will tell you the problem with the rounded large. First let's see the output. So let's go to localhost 3000. You can see we have this profile icon, and if I zoom in you can see this border radius, but if I use rounded large you can see the border radius is more than 4 pixel. So that's why I will use this 4 pixel dynamic value, not the rounded large class from Tailwind. Now let's hit save and you can notice the border radius. Now it is 4 pixel. Now after drop down menu trigger, we will take drop down menu content. So now we will list all the items in the drop down. Let's take the drop down menu group. Let's take the first item. So drop down menu item. Inside this I will take one image and the image will be same as this image. So let's copy it, paste it here, and after this I will take one span and I will write session. Okay, so we don't have use session hook here, so let's take it const data session use session. Let's mark this component as use client. I will go here inside the span session.user.name. Let's add classes to drop down menu content. So background color will be this hex code 6 times 0 E6. Text color will be white, border none, width will be 200 pixel. Let me hit enter here so you can see all the classes. Now let's see the output. So you can see when I click on this drop down, we have this profile icon and name of the user. So now it is working. Let's take other items as well. So let's go back. After this drop down menu group, I will take one separator. So drop down menu separator. Let's give the class name. Background color will be this hex code. So 6 times F40. I will take one more drop down group. Let's copy this drop down menu item. Let's add the class name. Text 13 pixel. Padding X will be 2.5, which is 10 pixel. Padding Y will be 2. Container will be flex. Justify between. Enter sign out of Netflix. And I will add one click handler here, on click, and whenever user clicks on this drop down menu item, we will log out the user from the app. So I will call one function sign out from NextAuth /React. Yeah, that's it. We have to only call this function to log out the user from the application. Let's try. So if I click sign out, you can see we are logged out. Now let's log in again. Now let's add some styles. You can see whenever I hover, the background color is white. Here as well we want transparent color. So let's go back and I will go to this drop down component. So command click on this drop down menu. So I will go to drop down menu item, so this one, and I will change this background to transparent and text color will be white. Let's also do cursor pointer. So if I scroll here, so there are many classes that is attached to this component. Find this cursor default and change this to cursor pointer. Okay, now let's see. So you can see when I hover on these items, now the background color is transparent and text color is also white. So now we have completed this navbar. Now let's create the Billboard component. So for that, first we want movies data. So if I go to MongoDB, you can see we have this users collection. Now we will create one more collection, movies collection. So let's go back. Let's close this navbar. Inside source, inside models, I will create new file movie.ts, const movie schema, new schema from Mongoose, title. So we will have the movie title, type will be string, required true, description, again type will be string, required true. So let's copy and paste it here. Video URL, same type string, required true. Thumbnail URL, type string, required true. Genre, type string, required true. Duration, again same type string, required true. And finally rating. For this, type will be number, required will be true. And then I will do here timestamps true. So if you don't know what this required true means, so if anyone using this schema try to insert data, then if there is no thumbnail provided, thumbnail URL, then the schema validation will fail and we can't insert the data in the database without providing this thumbnail URL or anything that is marked with required. Now let's create the model, const movie. First we will check if models from Mongoose dot movie exist, then take that, else we will create a new model. So model from Mongoose, name will be movie, schema will be movie schema, export default movie. So our movie schema is now ready. Now let's use this. So we have to insert data in this collection, in this movie collection. So what I will do, let's go to Chrome. Here we can, the first option is we can manually create a collection, movie collection, and then we can insert the property. Like here you can see we have the users, and from here after creating the collection we can insert the document, but that will take some time. So what I will do, first you have to download this application, download MongoDB Compass. Go to this first link, and from here you can download this application, and you can choose the platform for Apple Silicon, Intel, etc. And after this I will open the MongoDB. So MongoDB Compass, I will create new connection. Here we have to give the connection string, that is MongoDB URI. So let's go to .env file. From here I will copy this URI and paste it here. Now let's click connect. So you can see we have this collection test, and here is the users collection. So you can see this much users currently we have, that is 4. So using this application also we can see the same data that we are seeing in this cloud. Now what I will do, I will open this open MongoDB shell. So click this button. So this will open the kind of terminal where we can communicate with our database. Here we have to write the query. You can see dbusers.find, but we are not writing code in our VS Code. We are writing inside this shell. So if I press enter here, you can see it is fetching all the users that is stored inside this users collection. So you can see Frontend Lab, Test, Amit, etc. So now what we have to do, I will open the VS Code, and inside source I will create new folder, utils, and inside utils I will paste this file, movies.ts. You can find this file in the description below. And you can see here we have this movies array. It contains bunch of movies. So you can see Big Buck Bunny, Singtel, Tears of Steel, Elephant Stream, etc. And then we have to copy this array. So I will copy this array, this entire array till here, and currently ignore this const. We will use this const later. After copying the array, go to MongoDB shell, and here we have to write db.movies.insert many, open parenthesis, and here I will paste the array and hit enter. So now you can see acknowledge true, inserted IDs, all this object ID. Now if I go to test and click this refresh button, you can see now we have new collection created, movies. And if I go here, you can see we have all the movies from that const array. Now writing code, we can fetch the movies from this collection. So open VS Code, close this file, close this also, user.ts also. Now inside the app I will create new API, movies. Inside movies folder I will create new file, route.ts. Here I will create one get method. So export async function get, take try catch block, and then first I will connect to DB. So connect to DB, then I will do const movies await movie. This is the movie model that we recently created, this one. Then I will do find, and I will provide the curly braces. So this will fetch all the movies that is stored in the movies collection, and then I will return it. So return next response.json, this movies array, status 200. And if there is any error, first we will log that, and then I will return response. So next response.json object message failed to fetch movies, status 500. So if there is any error, we will send this response to the front end with the message failed to fetch movies. Now let's use this API. So what I will do, I will go to Chrome, open new tab, localhost /3000/API/movies. So you can see we are getting all the movies from our movies collection. But if you see one problem here, let's say we have deployed this application. So any user using this URL can fetch the movies. You can see we are not authenticated, but still we are able to fetch all these movies from our collection. But this should only be allowed if the user is authenticated. So for that, we will create one function serverauth. So inside lib, I will create a new file serverauth.ts, const serverauth. It will be a async function, try catch. So first we will take this session, get server session. So you can see using this server session function from NextAuth, we can take the user session. And here we have to provide the auth options, and this auth option is coming from the option.ts file that we created. Inside this we have all the providers, callbacks, etc. And then I will check if session is invalid, like if it is undefined, then we will throw a new error, unauthorized, else we will get the current user, await user dot. So we have to first import this user model dot find one by email session dot user. For user we are getting this error, user does not exist. Oh okay, so we have to write await here because it is a async operation. Now if I do session dot user dot email, so we will find the user by email in our DB, and first we will check if user exists. If not, then again we will throw new error, unauthorized, else we will return this current user. And inside this catch block I will throw new error with the message same, unauthorized. Let's remove this error part from here. Now let's export this, export default server auth. So what we are doing here, we are checking if the session exists or not using this get server session function from NextAuth. So if session does not exist, means user is not logged in inside our application. So we will throw the new error with the message unauthorized. And then if session exists, then we will check whether that user exists in our database or not with the email session.user.email. And then again we will check if user does not exist in our database, then again we will throw new error, unauthorized. Else if these two checks are completed, then we will return the current user. So using this function we can get the current user, and at the same time we will also check if the user is logged in or not. So now let's use this function. So I will copy the server auth, close the server auth.ts, and here I will write await server auth. Let's import this. So here we are just calling this function. If this function throw new error, then automatically this try block will get exited, and inside catch block we will throw this response failed to fetch movies, because in the server auth function we are throwing. So let's test it. So here if I refresh the page, we will get the movies because we are logged in. So now let's log out. So I will do log out, and now I will refresh the page. So you can see message failed to fetch movies. Now if I logged in again, so let's do the Google, select account, select the profile, and now let's refresh the page. So you can see we are getting all the movies. Now I will close this tab, close this as well. Here let's refresh it so we can see the movies collection. So yeah, we have this movies collection, and here you can see all the data. Now let's go back. And now let's create the Billboard component. So let's go back to VS Code. I will close this route. And for creating Billboard component, we are going to use this movies API. So using this API, we will fetch all the movies, and from that movies, we will choose one random movie to show that movie on the Billboard component. So let's close this app, and inside components, I will create a new component, billboard.tsx. So let's create the arrow function, billboard, return one div, billboard, export default billboard. Let's call this component, go to page.tsx, and after navbar, I will call this billboard component. Now let's go back. Here I will first add the class name. Height will be screen, which is 100 VH. Position will be relative. Well, first let's write billboard. Now let's see whether we can see this component or not. So you can see here it is visible, billboard. Now first let's fetch the movie. So I will create one function, fetch movies, async function. Let's take try catch, console.log error. I will do const data await axios dot get and API/movies, and let's create one state variable, const random movie, set random movie use state. First it will be null, and for this movie let's also create the type. So what I will do, so inside source I will create new folder, types, new file, movie.types.d.ts. I will create one interface, movie id string, title string, description string, video URL string, thumbnail URL string, genre string, duration string, rating number with small n, then mood string. So all these attributes is there in our movie database. So if I show you, go to MongoDB, you can see title, description, video URL, thumbnail URL, genre, duration, rating and mood. Then I will export this movie, and let's write I here. Let's rename this iMovie. Okay. Now let's close this route.ts, movie.type.ts, and here I will give the type iMovie or null. So first it will be null, and then we will have this movie, and here I will do const random num, which is random number that we will generate, math.floor, math.random multiply by data.length. And then I will do set random movie, data of random movie, not random movie, random num. Let's take one use effect, and I will call this function fetch movies. Let's mark this component as use client because we are using state, effects, etc. And I will print this random movie. So you can see what data is getting set in this random movie state. Let's see, go to Netflix. You can see we have this object. So this is a random movie. So you can see the title is For Bigger Blaze. Now if I refresh the page and see again, now you can see the title is Sintel. So it is working. And if you're not sure what we are doing here on line number 12, then what we are doing, we are generating a random number between 0 to data.length, and data.length will be 5. this will generate the number from 0 to 4. And if you see our database, we have total 5 movies, and we will get the number from 0 to 4, which is 5 object, and this data will contain the array of movies, and we will choose any of the movies from this array using this random num. So if I see the response, open the network tab, let's refresh the page, you can see this movies API, and here we are getting all the movies. So you can see this index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we are generating a random number, or from this 5 object we are selecting any one of them. Now let's go back and let's complete this JSX. So I will take one video element first. Let's give the source random movie dot video URL, poster random movie dot thumbnail URL, and I will give the ref also, which will be video ref. So I will tell you later what we are going to do with this video ref. First let's create it. So const video ref use ref. First it will be null. Let's define the type HTML video element or null. Class name width 100%, height 100%, object cover, and it will be autoplay. So we will not press any play icon, it will play automatically after the video is loaded. Loop means it play infinitely. Muted plays inline. Now let's see. So you can see we have this movie playing in full page. Now let's go back. Now we have to show the video title. So I will take one div, then h1 random movie dot title. Let's give the class name absolute. Position will be absolute. From top it will be 1 by 2, means 50% from top. Left will be 10, which is 40 pixel. Translate y 1 by 2. Transform flex column, then gap will be 4, which is 16 pixel. Let me hit enter here so you can see all the classes. Let's show the description. So p tag random movie dot description. Text color will be white, so text white. So here we have given the class absolute, means position will be absolute, and this div will take the class with the respective of this parent div, because we have given relative and we have given some position. So from top it will be 50%, because we want this text and this description in middle of the screen, and we are giving some this translate y 1 by 2. So this is a translate property that give -50%, which will take the text in the middle of the screen. Then we have the left 10, which are kind of from space from the left side of the screen, transform, and some flex container. Let's see. So if I refresh the page, you can see we have this title and this description. Now let's give the classes to this title. So go back, class name, text size 5 pixel, which is 48 pixel, text color white, font bold. Let's see. So you can see now we have big title. Let me refresh the page. Okay. Now after this p tag, I will take one div, one button, and inside this button I will take one image, source /assets /play.svg, width 24, height 24, alternate play video. Let's give classes to this button. Text will be large, font semi bold, background color white, padding y will be 2, padding x 5, text color black, rounded SM, cursor pointer. Let me hit enter here. Okay, let's also give class to this parent div, flex gap 2. Yeah, that's it. Let's see. So you can see we have this play icon. Let's also add the text play. So after this image I will write play. Let's see. So we want this text and this icon side by side. So let's make this container a flex box. So let's go back, and after cursor pointer I will do flex gap 4, and also whenever I hover I want to change the background color to this hex code 6 time F BF. Now let's see. Okay, so now it is side by side and it is looking good. When I hover you can see the background color as well. Now what we want to do, whenever I click this play button, this current movie should play in full screen mode. So let's do that. Let's add one on click handler, handle play button click. I will define this function here after fetch movies. And first I will check if video ref dot current exists. Then we will do video ref dot current dot request full screen. So now you see the use of this video ref, why we created this, because whenever this button gets clicked, using this video ref we can play this movie in full screen mode. Let's test it. Click play. Yeah, it is playing in full screen. We can unmute and mute, we can download, playback speed, picture in picture. We can also do pause. We have this slider as well. So this is the native video element. Let's escape. Now we have to create the more info button. So if I go here, you can see if I click on this more info, we are showing the movie title, this play, this add to favorite button, this movie details, and we are playing this movie as well. So let's create this modal. First let's create this button. So I will go back to VS Code. Let's remove this console log, and after this button I will create one more button, and it will be same as play, only some background colors are different. So I will copy this, paste it here. Background color will be this hex code 6D 6D 6E B3, and whenever I hover I will change the background color to this hex code 6D 6D 6E 66. Let's change the source info.svg, title will be more info. Now let's see. Okay, so we have to give the text color as white. So I will do text white. And now it is looking good. But if I click on this more info, it is playing this movie. So we have to remove this click handler. Now whenever this button gets clicked, we have to show the modal. So first let's create the component. So inside components I will create new file movie info modal.tsx, const movie info modal. I will return one div movie info modal, export default movie info modal. Let's import this in Billboard, but we want to show this component whenever this button gets clicked. So I will add one click handler on click, handle open info modal. Copy this function name after handle playback button click, not playback, play button. I will paste it. Let's create the function. I will create one state variable show info modal, set show info modal, use state, default value will be false, and whenever this button gets clicked, this handler will get executed, and in this handler I will do set true, set show info modal true, and then after this div I will do conditional rendering, show info modal, if it is true show the movie info modal, else null. So let's see. First we will see the text, not a modal. So let's see. So if I click this, you can see if I scroll here we have this component movie info modal, but we have to create the modal like this. So let's create it. First we have to install the dialog component. So I will go to Chrome, search for dialog, Shadcn, click the first link, And if I scroll down, you can see we have this npm command. So I will copy it, go to VS Code, open terminal, new terminal, and I will paste it here. So this will add dialog component to components folder inside source. So I will open these components. First I will rename this with capital D and will move this component in UI inside shared, and then I will delete this components folder. So every common component we will keep this inside shared and inside UI. Let's close this terminal. Then I will import the dialog, and make sure to import this dialog from /UI/dialog that we recently created, not from Radix UI. Enter. Then I will take dialog content. Inside dialog content I will take one div. Let's give the class name to this dialog content. So background color will be this hex code 181818, border none, min width will be 700 pixel, then padding will be 0 from all four sides. Let's give class name to this div as well, flex column, gap 4, width 100%. Inside this div I will take one more div and will give the position relative, and I will take one video tag. Let's create the reference, const video ref, use ref. First it will be null. Let's give the type here, HTML video element or null. First let's see if this modal is visible or not. So if I click more info, okay, it is not visible. The reason, because we have not added the open property. So I will add here open and it will be true. Now let's see. So if I click more info, now it is visible. We are also getting this error, dialog content requires a dialog title. Okay, we'll check this later. First, we don't want to set this value as hard coded. So we will pass one prop from Billboard, this show info modal. We'll pass one prop here, show info modal. Also set show info modal, set show info modal. So we are passing two props, show info modal and set show info modal. We will use this prop show info modal to show the modal and this prop to hide the modal. Now let's go back to movie info modal. We'll get the prop here. So show info modal, set show info modal. We'll pass show info modal in open, and we will also pass the movie. So movie data will be this random movie. Let's take this also, movie data, because on this modal we have to show the movie data, all the description, title and video as well. Then I will create one type here. So interface, movie info modal props, show info modal, type will be boolean, set show info modal, type will be a function, it will take one value, type will be boolean and return void. Then movie data, type will be movie, not movie, iMovie or null. I will add this type here. Now all the errors are gone. Now let's test it. So if I refresh the page and click more info, so now the modal is visible. And if I click this cancel button, okay, the modal is not getting hide. So I will add the on change property. On open change, whenever the cross button gets clicked, I will set the info modal property to false. Now let's test it. So if I click this button, now the modal is getting hidden. Let's go back. So for this video, I will add the ref, video ref, source, movie data dot video URL, poster movie data dot thumbnail URL, class name, width will be full which is 100%, height will be 350 pixel, object cover, we will set this autoplay, loop, muted and place inline. Then after this video element I will take one more div, class absolute, position will be absolute, from bottom 4 which is 16 pixel, left 6 which is 24 pixel, flex column, gap 5, item center. So inside this div we'll hit enter here. I will take one h1 and here we will show the movie title. So movie data dot title. Let's add class name for h1 as well. Text 4XL which is font size 36 pixel, text color white, font bold, self start. So this means align self flex start. So this is a flex box and we want this h1 from start. That's why I have added this property align self flex start. Now let's see. So if I click this more info, so we have this title and this video as well. Now let's add the descriptions and other details. So after this h1 I will take one div, class name, flex, again self start. So if you notice this h1 is from the start of this container, that's why we have added the align self as flex start. Gap 3, we'll take one button. So now we are creating this play button and this add button. So let's go back. Let's add the class name, flex, gap 2, background color white, padding 2, from all side, padding x 3.5, border radius 4 pixel which is rounded SM, self start, cursor pointer, font bold. Let's hit enter. And inside this button I will take one image, source /asset/play.svg, width 20, height 20, alternate play, button text play. Now let's see. So we have this nice little play button. Now let's create the favorite button as well. So I will copy this button, paste it here, background color will be transparent, remove the flex property, border 2, rounded full, because we want this button as circle. I will remove this rounded SM, padding x we don't require, border color will be white, so border white, and let's remove this as well, and font bold as well because it will be only a icon. Source will be white tick.svg, not white tick plus.svg. I will adjust this folder structure as well so we can have better visibility of the code. Now let's see. Okay, so we have this play text as well. Let's remove this, and the alternate will be add. Let's see. Okay, now we have this circle button with plus icon, same as it is this big bug bunny. Now let's complete the description part. So let's go back. So after this third div from button, this third div, I will click enter. We'll take one more div, class name, flex column, gap 6, padding 10. Inside this div, I will take one more div, class name, flex, gap 2, item center. We'll take one span. We'll write the text as u/a13 plus. We'll add the class name, padding x2, uppercase, white space no wrap, text color will be this hex code, BC, text Okay, not here. Font size will be text SM. Let's hit enter here. After text SM, font will be medium, which is font weight 500. Border color will be this hex code F6. Now let's see. Okay, so we have this u/a 13 plus tag. Let's go back. After this span, I will take one more span, and here we will show the movie data dot duration, not description, duration of the movie. Class name, text color, hex code BC, text base, which is font size 16 pixel. After this span, I will take one more span. Here we will write HD, class name, text color, hex code BC, border color will be this hex code F6. Then rounded, border radius will be 3 pixel. Let's hit enter here. Text XS, which is extra small, 12 pixel font size. Padding X 1.5, 6 pixel. Now let's see. So we have this 13 plus tag, 10 minute HD. So the duration of this big bug bunny is 10 minute. Now we have to create this description and this genre and mood. So let's go back. So after this div, which contains all the 3 span tags, I will take one p tag, and here will show movie data dot description. Class name, text size, base, which is 16 pixel, leading 26 pixel, text color white. Yeah, so leading means line height, so we are giving custom line height 26 pixel. We'll take one div, class name flex only, p tag. Here we will show the genre, movie data dot genre, class name, text shadow, text base, which is font size, text white. And after this p tag, I will take one component dot. So this is a icon from Lucid React. We'll import this. Class name, text color will be this hex code 646464. After this dot, I will take one more p tag. We will show movie data dot mood, class name. So this will be same as genre, so I will copy this and paste it here. And this text shadow, it is not a Tailwind class, so you can see if I hover, so nothing is showing, but if I hover on text base, it is showing this pop-up. So this is a custom class which we are getting from global.css. So if I search, you can see this is the text shadow we are applying, and again you can download this file from the description below. Let's close this. Now let's see the output. So I will refresh the page so we can see different movie. We'll click Tears of Steel. So yeah, we have this description, this genre, this mood, and we are getting this error, dialog title for component to be accessible for screen readers. So it is throwing error that if we are using this dialog content, then dialog title should be there. So I will add this dialog title as well. So after this dialog, I will add dialog title and will keep it as empty just to fulfill the requirement. Now let's refresh the page. Now the error is gone. Let's see the more info. Now whenever I click this play button, then this movie should play in full screen. So let's do that. So on play button, I will add one click handler. So on click handle play button click. I will define this function here, and first we will check if video ref dot current exists. Then we will do video ref dot current dot request full screen. Now let's see. Let me refresh the page once. Click more info, and if I click play, so this is playing the selected movie in full screen mode. We can use all these controls from the native video element. So I can unmute, we can move forward, using this slider. We can download as well, etc. Let me close this. So now this component is created. We have all the description, title, genre, mood, this play button. This is also like we have this movie playing in small modal. Awesome. Now we have to create this plus button. Like whenever I click this plus button, this movie should be added in the favorites, but we will create it in last. First we will create this list, these top movies, and after that we will create that plus icon. So now let's create these top movies. So I will go back, and also you can see this cross button. So let's give some style to this as well, like we currently missed that. If you see here, it is large, we have some background color as well. So let's give some CSS. So I will go to dialog component and go to show close button and here we will add some CSS. So first the background color will be this hex code 1818, then border radius will be full, which is rounded full 100%, width 9, height 9, which is 36 pixel, and padding will be 1.5, from all side 6 pixel. And we are getting this warning because somewhere the rounded is already declared. So let's remove this. Now let's see. So it is coming in left. So I will go back and let's add some classes to this cross icon. So class name, width full, height full. Now let's see. Okay, so it is not coming because we have to add important here. Now let's see. So now it is in center. The text color is not white. Okay, so we have not given the text color. Okay, text white. Now let's see. Okay, now it is white. And also let's add cursor pointer. So I will add cursor pointer. Now let's see. So now it is have cursor pointer. I can click on this button and this will close the modal. And if you don't know what is this exclamation mark, so using this exclamation mark in Tailwind, we can assign width 100% as important, and same for height as well. And one more thing, so if you see here, if I refresh the page, then we are seeing this navbar, and after this movie gets rendered, the navbar is not visible. So we have to give some z index to the navbar. So I will go to navbar.tsx and will add z index as 50. Now let's see. Now it is visible. And if I scroll, so I currently am not able to scroll it, but you can see here. Let me close this. If I scroll, you can see this black background to this navbar. So let's also add here as well. So I will go to navbar.tsx. Here I will create one state variable is scrolled. So using this state variable, we will track whether user has scrolled the web page or not. Use state false. We'll take one use effect. Handle scroll. And here I will check if window dot scroll y, so scroll y is greater than 0, then I will set is scrolled true. And then I will add one event listener. So window dot add event listener scroll, and I will call this handle scroll. And we have to also set false if user scroll the web page till top. So I will copy this scroll y, let's remove this condition, and here I will set window dot scroll y greater than 0. So if it is greater than 0, it will automatically set as true, else it will be false. And let's also clean up this. So after this component unmounts, I will do window dot remove event listener scroll handle scroll, and then I will use this is scrolled to set the background color as black. So what I will do, I will call one function here cn, let's give some curly braces, cn from lib/utils, and then I will copy this all css classes, will paste it here. Let's take this above. Okay, now I will hit enter here. So let me replace this with template string. Then I will check if is scrolled, then set the background color as bg black, else set empty string. Now let's see. So if I scroll, okay, so I'm not able to scroll the web page because we don't have enough content. So what I will do, we'll go to page.tsx and let's call this component 2 times so we can scroll. Now if I scroll, you can see we have this black background. If I scroll again, now it is gone. Let's test it again, black, now it's gone. Let's refresh the page. So if I scroll, we have that black background, and if I again, it is disappeared. Okay, awesome. Now let's remove this billboard. What is CN? It is coming from lib/utils. So it is using this TW merge, so it merge all the CSS classes, and on top of that we can also have conditions inside it. So based on the condition, it will add and remove the class names. So here we are using this is scrolled. Now I will close this navbar, this dialog, this movie info model, this billboard as well. Now we have to create the movies list. So inside shared, inside components, I will create new file, movie list.tsx, const movie list. We will return one div movie list with small o, export default movie list. Let's call this component page.tsx. After billboard, I will call this component. So movie list. Let's see. So if I scroll, we have this movie list component. Let's go back. Let's go to movie list. So first I will write one fetch movie function that will fetch all the movies. So fetch movies async function, try catch, console.log error, and inside try I will do const data await axios.get/api/movies. So if you don't remember, we have this API inside movies where we are fetching all the movies. Let's go back. We'll create one state variable. So const movies set movies use state. First it will be a empty array, and type, you know what will be the type. It will be iMovie of array. Then I will set movies data. Let's call this, so use effect fetch movies. So whenever this component gets mounted, we will fetch all the movies. Now I will call one component here, movies, that will render all the movies, and I will pass the movies as a props movies label top movies. So what we are doing here, so if I go to this 301 localhost, you can see we have these top movies here. So we are going to create independent component that will render all the movies provided via props. So we can reuse this component in favorites as well. So when we will create the favorite part, you will understand why we are creating this component as independent, because to reuse this component wherever we need to load movies, we will just have to pass the any movies array and label, and the duty of this component will be to render all the movies and will have all the functionality. For example, if I hover, you can see we have this movie pop-up, this play icon, this modal, etc. So let's go back. I will create these movies inside the components folder, new file .tsx, const movies, return one div movies, export default movies. Now let's import this. So here we are getting this error, so movies. Let's have the props movies and label. Type will be movies, iMovie, array of iMovie, label string. Let's hit save here. and let's see whether these movies are visible or not. So let's go. So we are getting error, your component that needs you. Okay, so this is the server error. So we have to mark this component, and this component has use client. Now let's see. Let me refresh the page. Okay, now the error is gone and you can see movies here. Okay, so go to movies.tsx, and inside this div I will take one h2. Here I will show the label, but we will render this label whenever the movies.length is greater than 0. Then only we will render this, else we will render null. Because whenever anyone using this component, if the movies array is empty, because first it will be empty until we have not fetched the movies, because this will take some 50 to 100 millisecond, and until that we don't want to show this movies component. That's why we have this condition, if the movies.length is there, then only render this h2, else null. Let's add some class name here, flex column, gap 2, position will be relative, margin y will be 3 VW, means 3 viewport, padding x will be 4%. Let's see whether this label is visible or not. So you can see it is visible, top movies. After this h2 I will take one div, class name flex gap 2. Inside this div I will render all the movies. So movie.map, in each iteration we will get one movie, and I will return one div here. Let's give the key movie.id. Again I will take one more div. So if you see, for each movie we have a thumbnail. So we are currently rendering the thumbnail. So inside div I will take one image, source movie.thumbnail URL, class name object cover, alternate movie dot title, and we will set the property as fill. So we don't have to give the width and height. This will take the width and height of this div container. So I will add class name here, position as relative, cursor pointer. So it will fill the entire frame of the image. We have also added this object cover. So this means object fit cover, means cover the entire frame. Let's see whether we can see the thumbnail. Okay, so we have this error, invalid source prop. This URL on next/image host name is not configured. So we have to configure this in next.config.js file. So I will go to next.config.ts. So I will add one images, remote patterns. It will be a array of object, protocol will be HTTPS, host name will be this common data storage.googleapis.com. So let's copy this and paste it here. Now let's see if I refresh the page. So we are still receiving this error. So let me go back. Okay, so we have added this protocol. Let me remove this protocol because we have added above. Now let me refresh the page. So now the error is gone. If I scroll, okay, so we are not able to see the movie. Let's go back. Okay, so we are passing movies here from this prop. Okay, set movies data. Let me open the network tab. So we are fetching all the movies. Okay, let's go to movies.tsx. So we have to give the width and height for this image. So I will give the width as 250 pixel, height 140 pixel. Now let's see. Okay, now it is visible. So we can see here 5 movies. If I refresh the page and scroll, we have all these 5 movies. Now let's go back, and for this parent div I will also add property relative and cursor pointer. Let's add some class name to this div as well. Border radius rounded SM, which is 4 pixel, transition, then duration will be 300, is in out, which is transition timing function. Let me hit enter here. So why we are adding all this transition? So if I go back, go to 301, scroll, so you can see whenever I hover, we have this transition, like it is taking some time to show this pop-up. So that's why we are adding this transition, duration and ease in out. I will add classes to this h2. Text color will be this hex code E5, 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 font weight medium, text size XL, which is 20 pixel. Let's see. So here we have this top movies, but the color is black. Let's see. Okay, so we have not added square bracket. Now let's see. Now the color is white. Also font size is smaller than what is expected. Okay, so we have added here. Let me remove this. Let's see. Okay, now it is fine. Now we have to add this pop-up. So whenever I hover any of the movies, this pop-up should appear, and using this play button we should able to play this movie. And if I click on this icon, this should open the info modal with the movie details and this play as well. So let's create this movie pop-up. So I will go back. So in components I will create new file, movie popup.tsx, const movie popup, export default movie popup. Then I will return one div. Inside this div I will take one video tag. Let's create the video ref, use ref. First it will be null. I will give the type HTML video element or null. Class name, so it will contain bunch of classes. Absolute, left will be 8, which is minus 32 pixel, width will be 80, z index 10, top minus top 16, which is minus 64 pixel, rounded MD, text base, transform, scale 75, on hover I will do scale 100, again on hover I will give the translate y as 6, then transition, transform, duration 300, ease in out. So there are lots of classes we have added. So this is the position, it will be absolute. This is the left position, this is the width, z index. From top we are giving minus 64. This is for border radius, text space, which is font size 16 pixel. Then we have added this transform. This is for animation, scale 75, the default value. And whenever I hover, scale should be 100. So that's why when I hover on this element, this pop-up is scaling and the value is 100. On over we will change the translate y position, transition transform. So this is all the transform property, the timing function and duration. Duration I have set 300 and we have added this ease in out. This is transition timing function. Let's give the ref for this video. Video ref. Then in the props I will get the movie. Type will be movie, iMovie, source, movie.video URL, poster, movie.thumbnail URL, then class name. So I will add class name later, and I am sure you are little bit confused like why we are taking this video element. So if I show you, when I hovered on this card, we don't have any video playing. This is simply a static image based on the movie I hovered. So but if you see, when I click this play button, video is playing. So for this we have to take the video element. It will be invisible until we click this play icon. So that's why we are taking the video element. And I have not added the class name. Later we will add this class name. It will be by default hidden, and whenever I click the play icon, we will change that state variable and we will play this video in a full screen. Then I will take one div. Class name position will be relative, width will be 80. So w 2-80, which is 320 pixel. Height will be 140 pixel. We'll take one image, next image, class name, object cover, source movie.thumbnail URL, alternate movie.title, and I will add fill. Now let's see this component. So I will copy this movie pop-up, go to movies.tsx, and here first I will create the movie data. So movie data, set movie data, use state, null, type will be iMovie or null. So in this state variable we will store that movie which is hovered. Then I will create one more variable, movie ID. Set movie ID, use state, first it will be null, and type will be string or null. So what we are going to do with movie ID, I will tell you later. First, let's go here. After this div, I will check if movie.id triple equals to movie ID, then I will show the movie pop-up. So movie pop-up, else null. Here I will pass the movie data. Okay, so it is throwing a error, type of iMovie or null is not assignable to type movie. So here we don't have to pass movie data, we have to pass movie. So this movie is this movie that we are mapping through, and if you see here we are using this movie ID. So let's set this. So I will create one function, handle mouse enter. It will take two parameters, first movie, type will be iMovie, then movie ID, type will be string, and I will set movie data movie, set movie ID which will be this movie ID. We'll create one more function, handle mouse leave. We'll set movie ID as null. Now in this div here I will add on mouse enter, and we'll call this function handle mouse enter, pass movie and movie.id. Then on mouse leave, handle mouse leave. So what we are doing here, if anyone hover on this div, this function will get triggered, and this will trigger this handle mouse enter. So here we are passing the movie that user hovered on, and we are also passing the ID, and inside mouse enter we are setting that movie that is hovered, and we are also setting the movie ID. And as soon as user moves the cursor away, then this on mouse leave get triggered, and we are calling this handle mouse leave which sets the movie ID as null. The reason we are using movie ID, if you see here, we are checking if movie ID equals to movie ID, then only we are showing this movie pop-up, and we are only setting this movie ID whenever user hovered on the card, and this function gets triggered, and this will set the movie ID. And whenever user moves the cursor away, every time this function will get executed, and this movie ID will be set to null. So first let's see. So I will go here, let's hover on this movie. So we are seeing two thumbnails, okay, here also, but we are seeing this pop-up. Let's fix this bug. But before that, if you are thinking why we are not using this movie data instead of movie ID. So the reason we are not using movie data, because if we set this movie data as null after the user moves the cursor away, then if you see here, we are also showing the movie data inside this modal. And if let's say I hover on this movie and I hover away, so then that movie data is set to null. But we are also clicking this button, and whenever this button gets clicked, the cursor is moved away. You can see the movie pop-up is not here, That means that movie data is also set to null. Then we can't able to send that data to this model, because in this model also we have to show the title, description, and that data is stored in movie data. So that's why we are using two variables. One variable to show this data, that is movie data, and for hover we are using the movie ID. Now let's fix this bug, this to thumbnail bug. Let's go back. So I will go to movie pop-up and this video tag is visible. So what I will do, I will add one class name, hidden. So this class will hide this video element. Now let's see. So now if I hover, you can see we are only able to see this image, and we also have this animation whenever I hovered on any video element. Now let's add the description, title, all these properties. So I will go back. After this div, I will take one more div, class, background color will be this hex code 181818. Let's take one more div, class name, flex, justify between, margin bottom 2, so MB-2 which is 8 pixel, items center. Inside this div, we'll take one more div, class name, flex, gap 2, items center. Let's take one button, image, source /assets/play.svg, width will be 20 pixel, height will be 20 pixel, alternate tag play. Let's add the class name for this button, background color white, border 2, rounded full. So we want this button as circle, padding 2, border color, this hex code 6xF45680. Let me hit enter here. On click, whenever this button gets clicked, we have to play the video. So I will call this function handle play button click. Let's define this function first. Okay, after this button we'll take one more button. So if you see here, let me cancel this. So whenever I hover, we have this play button and this right icon as well. So it is currently added to favorite. Let me hover on this. So you can see we have this plus button. So currently we are creating this play and this plus button. So let's go back. I will copy this button, paste one more time. Background color will be this hex code 2A 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 3 times 2A 99. Source will be white tick.svg, and you can find all these assets in the public inside assets folder. You can see white tick.svg, and you can find the assets in the description below. Alternate tag add. After this div, so this div contains these two buttons. So that's why we are adding this as flex, because we want this button and this button side by side. There should be some gap between it. So that's why 8 pixel, and this should be in center. Now after this div, I will take one more div, class name, flex, gap 2, item center, margin top will be 4. Not items baseline, item center. Inside this div, I will take one span. Here we will show 13 plus. Let's add the class name. So I will copy the class name. So if I search for UA13 plus, you can see here we have it. So let's copy the class name from here. I will paste it here. After the span, let's take one more span. Here I will show the movie duration, not description, duration. Class name, text color will be this hex code BCBC. So text dash this hex code. Let's add hash, font size text base which is 16 pixel. After this span, one more span will show HD here. Class name, text color this hex code. So I will copy this. Border color this hex code FF6 rounded 3 pixel, text size extra small which is 14 pixel, not 14 pixel, 12 pixel, padding x 1.5 which is 6 pixel. Now after this div I will take one p tag. Here we will show the genre. So movie.genre, class name, text shadow, font size text base which is 16 pixel, text white, from margin top I will give 3 which is 12 pixel. And this is not a Tailwind class, this class is getting from global.css. So you can see text shadow. Now let's see how it is looking. So I will go to here, go to this tab. Let's first refresh the page. Let me hover. Okay, so it does not have any padding inside. Okay, let's see. So I will add padding to this div. So padding will be 4. Now let's see. So if I hover, okay, there is some padding, but it is not coming on the next line. Let's fix this. Okay, so here we are missing this gap, so it will be GAP. And also let's remove this P outside this div. Now let's see. Now it is coming on the next line. So if I hover on this movie, it is also coming on the next line, and we are able to see the selected thumbnail and all the details as well. But this should come to next line as well. So if I go here, you can see we have this under 14 minute HD on the next line after this play icon. But here we have this on the same line. So let's see. So we have to, so this is the parent div, like this contains all this element. So what I will do, I will move this div here. Now let's see. So now if I hover, this is on the next line. Now let's take that icon as well. So this one. So let's go back. Let me remove this line. Let's see. So after this div, I will take one button, class name, cursor pointer, background color will be this hex code 2a 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 3 times 2a 99, border 2, border color will be this hex code 6 times f 80, padding 2, rounded 100% which is full. On hover, I will change the background color of this button to this hex code. So 6 times f 1a. Again on hover, change the border color to white. We'll take one image, source, assets / down arrow .svg, width 24, height 24. Alternate tag will be show movie details. So we have given very basic class here, cursor pointer, we have given the background color, border width 2 pixel, border color, some padding which is 8 pixel from 4 side, rounded full which is we want this button to be circle. On hover, we are changing the background color of the button and as well the border color which is white. Now let's see. So I will go here. If I hover, you can see this button. And if I hover on this button, you can see we are changing the background color as well as the border color. So finally we have created this movie pop-up. If I hover on this movie, so again we are changing the thumbnail, all the updated details, play icon, right icon, etc. But this should not be right icon, this should be plus icon. So I think the source is wrong. So let's go back. So this should be plus.svg. Now let's see. Yeah, this should be plus. And after we added this movie in favorite, then this should be right icon. Now finally we have created this movie pop-up. Now what we have to do, whenever I click this play button, this movie, this selected movie should get played in full screen. Now let's do that. I will also add cursor pointer here to this plus icon and here as well. Now let's write the definition for this handle play button click function. First we will check if videoref.current exists, then we will do videoref.current.request full screen. But before that we will also write videoref.current.play. So first we will play this movie and then we will play this in full screen. And if you notice, currently this video element is hidden. So I will create one state variable is video playing. Set is video playing. By default it will be false. Before play I will set is video playing true. And then I will add the class hidden only if CLSX. So I will import it, will wrap this hidden, it will be a object is video playing. So what we are doing here, we can use CLSX to conditionally add and remove class name. We are only adding this class name hidden whenever this is video playing is false. So what will happen? First this variable will be false. Here we have added this negation operator. So false it will become true. So hidden will be true, means this video element gets hidden. Now whenever we click the play button, we are setting this as true. Then this component will re-render. Is video playing value is now true. We are adding this negation operator. This will make it false. So hidden value will be false. And then we can able to see this video element. So let's test this. So I will hover on this video, click play button. So you can see we are able to play the movie. Let's click escape. Let's test it one more time. So if I click play, let's click escape, and if you notice whenever I click escape this is still hovered. So we have to clear this out. So let's go back. So the problem is if I click this play button, so this is currently playing, the video element is visible, and if I click this escape, you can see the video element is still there. It is not removed from the component tree. So we have to remove this video element. So for that we have to set the is video playing false. But if you notice, we don't have any mechanism to check whether this video element is hidden or not. Like whenever we click escape, we don't have any function that will trigger. We can set the is video playing false. So for that what we will do, we will add one handler. So I will take one use effect. I will add one document dot add event listener full screen change. I will call one handler function handle full screen change. Let me define this here. Here I will check if document dot full screen element is false, then I will set is video playing false and videoref dot current to null. Now we have to clear this event listener as well. So I will add the cleanup function document dot remove event listener full screen change handle full screen change. So what we are doing here, we have added one event listener full screen change. So whenever the video is playing in full screen or we exit the full screen, then this function will get called. And here we are checking if the document is in full screen element, and we have added this negation operator, means if it is false, that means user have exited the full screen, means user have clicked the escape button. Then we will hide this is video playing, means we are setting this to false. And what this will does, here it will become true and this hidden value will be true and this video element gets hidden. And then we are also clearing this videoref.current null. The reason we are setting this to null, because now the video element is hidden from the screen, so there is no reason to keep this reference. So that's why I am setting this to null. So first let's save this file. Let's see. So I will hover on this component, click play button. Now the movie is playing. Let me click the escape. So now you can see the video is not playing anymore. Let me also print here. So I will print console.log document.fullscreen element full screen. Let's check this value. So I will open the developer tool, search for full screen, click play button. So now you can see we have something in full screen element, the video tag, which is playing the movie. Now as soon as I click the escape button, you can see the full screen element is null. That means this if condition gets triggered. Because document.fullscreen element is null, we have added this negation operator. Then we are setting is video playing false and we are clearing the video reference. So that's how it is working. Let me clear this console. Now let me close this developer tool. Whenever this button gets clicked, we have to show the info modal. So it is very simple. What we will do here, we are calling this component movie pop-up. I will write one function handle open info modal, copy paste. Let's declare this function const handle open info modal. Here first I will set the movie ID as null. I will tell you the reason why we are setting the movie ID as null, and then I will create one state variable const show info modal. Set show info modal. Use state default value will be false, and here I will set show info modal true. And then let me copy this handle info modal, go to movie pop-up. Here I will write this function. Let me give the type function return void. Now we'll go to movies.tsx, and what we will do, so first I will take one React fragment. So I will hit enter here. Then I will copy this div, put this entire div in React fragment. Let me remove this parenthesis, then return this fragment, and after this div I will write show info modal. If it is true, then show the movie info modal, else null. Let's pass the props. So show info modal will be this show info modal, set show info modal, set show info modal, then movie data, which will be this movie data. So the reason we are showing this info modal in movies.ts and not in movie pop-up, because if I go here, scroll, so if you see, this is the different component. This movies.ts file or component is showing this movie pop-up, and whenever this button gets clicked, we have to hide this component and then we have to show the modal. So if we write the code of movie info modal in this component, then we will not able to show that modal, because after this button gets clicked, we have to hide this component, and if this component is hidden, then how can we show that modal? So that's why I have written this code, this movie info modal, in movies file or movie component. You can see here, so whenever a movie ID is null, then this component will not be visible, because it will check movie.id triple equals to movie ID. No, because it will be null. So it will show null, means nothing. And if I scroll here, and we are setting this set show info modal, which will trigger this component movie info modal, and here we are passing all the required props. So if you remember, this component requires 3 props: show info modal, which will show the dialog, set show info modal, which will hide the modal after the cross button is clicked, and we have to also pass the movie data. Using this movie data, it will show all the thumbnail, title, description, etc., all the metadata of the movie. So let's test it. So I will hover on this movie. Let me click this button. Okay, so it is not visible. Let's go back. Let's go to movie pop-up. Okay, we are not using this function. So we have to copy this function and call here. So I will add on click and we will call this function. So this is the movie details button, that down arrow. Let me hit enter here so we can see all the JSX here also, here also. Now let's test it. Hover, I will click this button. Okay, so the modal is visible. You can see big bug bunny, display icon, description, genre, mood, duration, etc. If I click this play button, it will play that selected movie. Let me close this full screen. I will hover on this movie, bigger blazes. I will click this button. Yeah, it is showing the modal with the hovered movie details like the title, bigger blazes, description. If I click play, it will play that movie. Awesome. So finally, we have created the movie pop-up component. Now we have to create this plus button. Like whenever I click on this plus button, this movie should add into my favorites. So let's see the demo for this. So if I go here and if I click on this plus button, you can see the icon is changed to tick and you can see in my list this movie is visible. And if I again click on this button, you can see it got removed. So we have to create this same functionality, and this functionality is available in two places. First on this movie pop-up component and second on this modal. So you can see this plus button. From here also we can add this movie into our favorites. So let's close this. Let's go to this tab. Let's go back. First we have to create two APIs. So if I open MongoDB, go to users collection, you can see we have this favorites property, and here we have to store the movie ID. So whenever user click that plus button, then we have to store that movie ID in this favorites array, and that movie ID will point to this collection. So if I go in movies collection, you can see each object has this ID. So we have to store this ID inside favorites. So first API will be a post API which we will call from front end and will pass the movie ID, and that API will store that movie ID in the favorites array for the logged in user. So if I go back, go to app, API, create new folder, favorite. Inside favorite, I will create new file route.ts. So first API for storing the movie ID, which will be a post request, and second API for deleting that movie ID. So if I go here, open this Netflix clone, you can see currently we have this right tick mark. So this movie is stored in favorite. But if I click this again, so you can see this movie got removed from the favorite. So the second API will be a delete request. In that API we will pass this movie ID and that will remove that ID from the favorites array. So let's go back, export async function, first post request, request, next request, try catch. First we will get the current user. So current user, await, server auth. So if you remember, this server auth returns us the current user from the DB. So we will use this function to authenticate the user as well to get that user. So let me go back. Then we will do await, connect DB. Then we will take the movie ID. So movie ID equals to await request.json. So from this we will fetch the movie ID. Then first we will check is movie exist. So first we will check if this movie ID is valid or not. So we will do await movie from modal/movie dot find by ID movie ID. And we will check if is movie does not exist, then we will return next response dot json message invalid movie ID, status 400. Then if this condition is true, that means is movie exist, and if it is not, then we will return invalid movie ID because the movie ID provided does not exist in our database. So we will throw the message invalid movie ID. Else we will do await user from modal/user dot update one by email. So current user dot email, then add to set favorites movie ID. Let me remove this extra curly braces here and we will wrap this in curly braces, remove this comma. Okay, so what we are doing here, we are updating the user collection by email. First we are finding that user in the collection and after that we are adding this to a set. So this is the favorites property that is stored inside the user collection, and in that favorites array we are adding this movie ID, and you can see we are using this add to set. So if this movie ID is duplicate, it will automatically get ignored. Now we will return next response dot JSON message movie added to favorites, status 200. Okay, so let me remove these curly braces and wrap these curly braces here, and we will put this in a single line. And inside catch I will first log the error, so console.log error, then return next response dot JSON message internal server error, status 500. Okay, so if there is any error doing these operations, we will return the internal server error with status code 500. Now let's create the delete request. So this is the post request for adding the movie ID in favorites. Now let's create the delete request, and we can create the delete request in the same file. So we'll do export async function delete request next request try catch. Let's copy this. So I will copy from line 21 to 9 because we have to check the movie as well as connect to DB, and same we have to get the user. If the movie ID is valid, then we will do await user dot update one, then we'll do by email, so current user dot email, and here we will use the pull operator $pull favorites, and we'll give the movie ID. Let me put this on the same line. So this pull operator will remove the movie ID from the favorites array. So using add to set we can add anything in the array, and using pull we can remove that specific ID from the array. Now in the catch block I will do the same. So I will copy this and paste it here. So now this is the delete request. So using this API we can delete the movie, and based on what we are sending from front end, whether we are calling this favorite API post or delete, this function will automatically get triggered. Now we have to create one more API that will fetch all the favorite movie from the user collection. So in API I will create new folder favorites. Let's create new file route.ts, export async function get try catch block. I will paste that same thing here as well. So next response, let me import this, and inside try first I will get the current user, await server auth, then we'll connect to DB, first we will find the user. So await user from modal/user dot find one by email, so current user dot email. After finding the user, if you see this favorites array, so here we are only going to store the movie ID, not the entire object of this movies collection. So let's say this movie is favorite, like this ID is added in the users collection favorites array, but we have to get the title, description, video URL, all the metadata of this movie, but only we are storing the ID, not the entire object. So how we can fetch this entire object based on the ID? So what we can do, after finding the user, we can write dot populate and give the ID, so which is favorites. I will take this on next line email. Yeah, let me hit enter here. So what populate will do, here we are passing the favorites and this will match this. In users collection, you can see we have this favorites array and we are passing exact same key. Here all the IDs are stored of movie. So this will automatically populate the entire object of the movie IDs that is stored in the favorites array. So inside this favorites array, we will get each object of the movie. After this, I will simply return this. So return next response dot JSON favorites. So I will copy this string favorites user dot favorites status code 200. Now let me close all these files and folder, and inside source app API I will create one more API, me API. Let me create new file route.tsx. So in this API we will return the logged in user. So you were thinking like we can use this API server auth to get the current user, but we can't use this server auth function in the client components. It can only be used in server component. You can see we are using this get server session. So this can't be used in client. So what we will do, we will create this me API which will fetch the user from this server auth, and simply we can return that. So let me go to route.tsx, export async function get try catch const current user await server auth, and I will return next response dot JSON current user status code 200, and inside catch I will write console.log error return next response dot JSON message internal server error status code 500. So on the front end we can use this /me API to get the current user, and I will tell you the reason why we created this API. So first we have to install one library Zustand. So I will create new terminal or open new terminal npm install Zustand. Let me close this terminal. So we are going to use Zustand library for state management. Like we have to fetch the user, then we have to store that user in Zustand store. So we can get that user anywhere in our app. So if you see here, if I go to Netflix clone, you can see after we add or remove the favorite, we have to get the current user. So in every component, we are not going to call this me API to get the current user. We can directly get the current user from the store in any component. So let's go back. Inside source, I will create new folder stores, new file user.store.ts. Let's create the type for state. So type I state user, type will be user. Okay, so we don't have type for the user. So let me go to types. We will create new file user.types.d.ts. Interface user, first name, type will be string, then email, type will be string, then image, type will be string. This will be optional because this image will only be available when user signed in with Google or GitHub. When we do sign in with credential like login with email ID or password, then that time we don't have this image property. So that's why I will keep this as optional. Then favorites. So favorites, it will be a string of array. Export user. Let me copy this user, go to user.store. Here we will import it from user.types, and it can be null as well. Then favorites, it will be array of iMovie. Then let's create the type for actions. So type actions, update user. So first function will be update user, return void, then update favorites. So I will copy these favorites, paste it here with capital F, return void. Then type I user store state, I state and I actions. Now let's create the store. So use user create from Zustand. So it is not suggesting, so I will import it, import create from Zustand. Okay, then create type will be this I user store state, arrow function. Here we will take the set, user null, favorites empty array, then update user, async function, const data. So it is throwing error because we have not initialized update favorites yet. But if I do update favorites, you can see the error is gone. So let me define this as void for now. Yeah. Then const data await axios.get /API/me. Import axios, then const current user data set user current user. Then update favorites, so async const data await axios.get /API/favorites. So I will copy this, paste it here, and set favorites data.favorites. Then export default use user. So if you don't know or you are using Zustand first time, you can comment below. I can create a separate video on Zustand. So what we are doing here, so we have created a Zustand store. This store contains the user, favorites and two functions for updating the user and for updating the favorites. So if you are thinking why we created this two property, can't we handle user.favorites, like because the favorites is also exist in user. But if you remember, user.favorites only store the object ID, not the entire object. So that's why I have created a separate favorites array, and we are fetching the favorites from this API, and this API will return only the favorites of the current user. Now we can use this update user and update favorites API whenever user click that plus button. So let's go to movie popup.tsx. So I will close all these tab. So here I will do const object equals to use user from store, and here I will destructure user, update favorites. And let's go to the add button. So add, okay, so here we are calling this handle play button click. Let's remove this, and here I will call toggle favorites. So favorites, and here we will pass movie.id. Let's create this function toggle favorites. So after this, not after this use effect, after this handle play button click, const toggle favorites async function. Here we will get the movie ID. So movie ID type string. Let's take try catch block. Here we will log the error. So console.log error. So this function is called every time when we click on this add button. So this plus.svg. So if I go here, go to movie pop-up. If I click this plus button, then that toggle favorites function will get executed. But if you notice, we have only one button to add and remove from the favorites. So first we have to check whether the user is adding this into a favorites, currently this movie, or is it removing from the favorites. So for that, what we will do, I will go here and I will create one variable const is favorites. So is favorite, it will be a use memo hook, and here I will return user dot favorites dot includes movie dot id, and here I will provide the user and movie. So we are using use memo hook because whenever user and movie changes, then only we have to run this condition, else this should not get executed. So that's why we are memoizing this using use memo hook. So using this variable, we can check whether the selected movie is favorite or not. So I will copy this variable name, go in toggle favorites, and first I will check if is favorite. Then I will call await axios dot delete slash API slash favorite. Will pass the movie ID, so data movie ID. Else I will call await axios dot post, so it will be a post request. I will copy this endpoint name, paste it here, and here we will pass the movie ID. So you can see we are calling two API calls here. First, if it is favorite, that means if user clicking on this again, so user have to remove that movie from favorites. So we are calling this delete API. And if you remember, let me close all the folder, go to source, app, API, favorite. So you can see here we have two functions, post and delete. So whenever we call these endpoints slash API slash favorite and the HTTP method is delete, so in route.ts this function will get executed. Else user is adding this movie inside favorite, then this condition will be false and we are calling the post request. Then inside route.ts this function will get executed. And is favorite, you can see we are getting is favorite true or false using this favorites array. So if you remember, this favorites array store all the movie ID. So inside this array we are adding this function includes. It's check whether this ID exists in this array or not, and this will return a boolean value. Now let's test this, but before that what we have to do, we have to update the user. So update user, and we have to update the favorites as well, because after we added or deleted the favorite, we want the latest data in user and in favorites as well. So that's why we are calling these two functions. If I go to update favorites, you can see it will again call this favorites API and it will update this favorites array. If we don't call this API, then after adding this movie into favorites, this is favorite will still be false, because in the user.favorites array we will get the old data. So that's why we are refreshing the user and favorites as well. And one more thing we have to do here. So I will copy this use favorite, go to toggle favorite, and here we have to change the icon source. So I will use curly braces here, template string, and here I will check is favorite. If the movie is favorite, then we will do white tick, else plus, yeah, let me remove these assets. So if the movie is favorite, then we will give the source as white tick, else plus. Let me remove this plus as well. So if I go to public, you can see inside assets we have this white tick.svg. So we have to show this icon after user added the movie in favorites, else we will show this plus icon. Now let's test this. Let me refresh the page. I will open the network tab, go to network. Okay, so the add icon is missing. So here we have to add assets, not here, here. Remove this root as well. Now let's see. Okay, now we have this plus button. Let me clear the network request. I will click add. Okay, so you can see the icon is right click and we have this API call as well, favorites. So if I go to payload, we are passing the movie ID and this API returns movie added to favorites. And you can see we have also called this me API. This returns the current user and in favorites we have this movie ID. Let's also check this inside the database. So I will go here, refresh. So I will scroll. You can see in this favorites array we have this object ID. Now if I refresh the page, let's see if that data is persist or not. But still it is showing plus. It should show the right tick. The reason this is not showing plus, not plus the white tick, because if you see in the network tab, we are not calling the me API here. So first we have to call the me API whenever user loads the page. So if I repeat, you can see we are calling this update user inside toggle favorites. And if I copy this update user and if I search here, you can see we are calling this only in movie popup.tsx, only after user clicks the toggle favorites. But when I refresh the page, we are not calling this API anywhere else. So I will go to page.tsx and here whenever this home route gets loaded, I will write use effect and here I will take the update user. So update user, use user from store. I will call this update user function. Let's give the dependency as well, update user. Now let's check. Okay, we have to use this directive use client. So let's go here, use client. Now if I refresh the page, you can see this me API gets called. If I hover on this, you can see we have this right tick. Now let's try for another movie. So I will click add. Yeah, it is favorite. Here also it is favorite. If I refresh the page, you can see we have this white tick here, here as well. Awesome. We have not tested this delete request. So let's test it. I will click this button. Okay, so this is throwing a 500 internal server error. So let's go back. Okay, so it is throwing the error, syntax error, unexpected non-white space character after JSON at position 10 for delete API. Oh, so we have to wrap this movie ID inside a object. Now let's see. So if I refresh the page again, clear the request. If I click this right icon, okay, again it is throwing error. So let's go back, open terminal. Okay, so we are getting error, no response is returned from the route handler. Okay, so go to route.ts. Okay, so after deleting, okay, so we are not returning any response. So I will return next response.json message movie removed from favorites status 200. Now let's test this again. I will again refresh the page, clear the request. So this got removed from the previous request. So let's click it again, then again. So now it is working. Let's try for this movie. So first let's clear the network request. If I click tick, so this is calling this favorite API, movie removed from favorites. And you can see the icon is changed to plus. Both requests are working correctly. So now we have to show all the favorites. So if I go here, you can see we have this my list. It is showing all the favorites movie. So in components, I will create new file favorite list.tsx. Let's create the component favorite list. I will return one div. Let's export this, export default favorite list. and here I will write favorite list, and let's add one class name margin y8. I will copy this component name, go to page.tsx, and here after movie list we will call this favorite list as well. Let's import this. Yeah, that's it. I will close this file, this route as well, movie popup, movies.tsx, movie list.tsx. Then I will take the favorites from, if you guess, user store. So use user store. Here I will take the favorites, update favorites. Then in use effect, first I will call these update favorites. So update favorites, let's give the dependency as well. Then inside this div I will call the component movies, and I will pass movies favorites, and label will be my list. So why we are calling this update favorites? Because whenever this component gets loaded, first we have to fetch the favorites. So using this function, if you see update favorites, we are calling this favorites API, which will set the favorites inside this favorites array. After calling this API, we will have the value as array of movies inside these favorites, and we are passing these favorites in this movies component. So if you remember, we have created this movies component as reusable component, so we can use this component in top movies and my list as well. So if I go to this component, you can see it takes movies and label, and here we are mapping through movies, showing each movie, and we have all the functionality, like whenever we hover on any movie, or we want to add this movie or remove the movie from the favorites, etc. So I will close this. Now let's test this. First I will refresh the page, then I will add this movie. Okay, so if you see here we have this favorite movie. If I add this movie as well, this as well, this as well, you can see as soon as I add the movie, we have this movie below in my list. We can also remove the movie from here, or I can also remove the movie from here, and we can have all the functionality. So if I click this button, you can see it opens the modal. Here we can play the movie. We have all the description, genre, mode, etc. If I click this plus button, nothing's happen. We also want to make sure if I click the plus button in the modal, this movie should get added to my favorites, or it should get removed from my favorites. Currently it is showing plus, but this movie is already added in the favorites, so this should show the right tick. Now let's build this functionality. So I will close this, go to modal, movie info modal, and here we have to do the same that we did in the movie info component. So first I will initialize the variables. So use user, from use user, here we will take the update user, update favorites, and user. Then I will create one variable is favorites, is favorite, use memo, and here I will return user dot favorites dot includes movie data dot id, and you can see movie data can be null as well. So I will add or empty string. Then I will give the user movie data. After this handle play button click, I will create one function toggle favorite, async function, try catch. So we are doing the same thing that we did in movie info component. So I am rewriting again in this movie info model component, so you can have more understanding of how this functionality is working. First I will check if is favorite. If movie is already favorite, then I will call await axios dot delete slash api slash favorite, pass the object, so it will have data movie id, movie data dot id. So here we are passing the movie ID inside the data property. If you are using Axios and when calling this delete method, we have to pass the data like this. Inside data, it should be an object and whatever the key the backend support. Else we will do await axios.post. We will call the same endpoint. So I will copy from here, paste. Then I will pass the movie ID, which will be movie data.id. In catch, I will log the error. So console.log error. And again, after adding or deleting the favorites, I will call update user and update favorites. Now let's call this toggle favorite. So I will copy this function name, go to add. So here I will add on click toggle favorite. So here we have to change the icon as well. So I will wrap this in a curly braces, template string /assets/ I will check is favorite, then I will do white tick, else plus. Let's remove this plus. Now let's test this functionality. Let's open the model from here. Add button icon is missing. Let's go back. Okay, we have space here. Let's remove this space. Now let's see. Now we have this tick mark, means this movie is already in favorite. So if I click this button, you can see this movie got removed from the favorites and icon also changes to add. If I click again, so we have this movie here. Now let's add this movie from this more info button. So I will click it, add. Okay, so this movie added in favorites and we should see this movie here. Awesome. Now let's fix the padding. So I will go to favorite list component and here I will do padding bottom 16. Let's see. You can see we have more spaces here, and if I hover on any movie, we can see all the details. Now we are going to build the AI feature in our app. So let's see the demo. So if I click on this button, you can see this AI button. This opens a preference modal, find your perfect movie. So let's say in our application there are bunch of movies and we have to select the best movies according to our preference. So we can use this modal to get all the movies that matched with our preference. So we don't have to browse through hundreds of movies to find that perfect one. Here what we can do, we can specify the duration range, which is a minimum duration range. Let's say 3 minutes. Rating, let's say 4. So I will do 4. Mood, let's say light-hearted, bittersweet, intense, dramatic, uplifting, adventurous, energetic, exciting, etc. You can select according to your preference. Now let's select the genre. So I will select science fiction, fantasy, experimental. Now I will click this generate recommendation. So you can see 3 movies has generated: Sintel, Tears of Steel, Elephant Stream. So this movie is not fetched from any random API and we are showing this in a list. All this movie exist in our database. In the top list, if I go here, you can see Sintel, Tears of Steel, Elephant Stream. So you can see Sintel, Elephant Stream. I think this is Elephant Stream. Yes, Elephant Stream. And then Tears of Steel. So this is the Tears of Steel. So from these 5 movies, 3 movies are generated, and this movie are generated by the Gemini AI model. So we have given all our movies to the model as well as all the preferences, and according to our selected preferences and our movie dataset, it generated 3 movies, and we are showing this in a UI. And you can also see here is the reason why model has selected these 3 movies. So you can see I have recommended Sintel, Tears of Steel, Elephant Stream because they align with your preferred genres: fantasy, science fiction, experimental. So we have selected this genre, which is correct. Meeting your minimum duration of 3 minutes, which is also correct. Have ratings above 4, which is also correct. Furthermore, Sintel fits the adventurous and bittersweet moods. Tears of Steel matches intense and dramatic, and Elephant Stream offers a subtle and mysterious experience, all which are present in your liked moods. So which is correct. and we can also see the title, description and the duration of the movie, and we can also play the movie. So if I click this play icon, so move forward. If I play this Tears of Steel, so let's build this AI feature. So I will close this modal. First we will build this modal. So let's close this as well. I will go to this Netflix clone. Let's go back to the code. So in components I will create new file NetflixGPT modal.tsx. Const NetflixGPT modal. I will return one div NetflixGPT modal, export default NetflixGPT modal. So we have to show this modal when this AI button gets clicked, and this AI button is available in Navbar. So I will open Navbar, and here first I will create one state variable. Const is NetflixGPT modal open, and set is NetflixGPT modal open, use state false. After that I will copy this, and here for this JSX I will wrap this inside React fragment. So I will move this here, and here we will check if is NetflixGPT modal open is true, then we will call the component, so NetflixGPT modal, else null, and we will pass this prop is NetflixGPT open modal, and this as well, set is NetflixGPT modal open. So we are passing these two prop that we are going to use inside this component, because in this component we are going to use dialog, and we require this prop to close the modal as well as to open the modal. Now let's close this navbar.tsx, let's close this as well, movie info as well. So here I will take one React fragment. Inside this I will take one dialog. Let's take that props is Netflix. So I will copy this prop, so navbar.tsx, let's copy this, then this one. Let's create the interface for this. So interface I NetflixGPT modal props is NetflixGPT modal open, type will be boolean, set type will be function, so is open boolean, return type void. Let's give the type open is NetflixGPT modal open, on open change, so we will call set is NetflixGPT modal open false. Now inside this dialog, first I will take dialog header, inside this I will take dialog title, we will take the film icon from Lucid React, class name width will be 6, height will be 6, text color will be this hex code FF4x0. So this is the Netflix red color. After that I will write find your perfect movie. Let's see whether this dialog is visible or not. So I will click this button. Okay, it is not visible. Let's go to navbar.tsx, let's copy this, and inside this div we have to call on click, then set true, set is NetflixGPT modal open true. So setting this value true will open this modal here. Let's close this, let's see. So if I click this button, okay, so it is visible here. Okay, the reason is we have not taken the dialog content. So dialog content. Now let's see. I will refresh the page. Let's click this button. Now the modal is visible. Okay, the icon is visible here. We have to wrap this inside a dialog content. Now let's see. Okay, now it is visible here. Let's add the description. So after dialog title, I will add dialog description, description will be this one. So if I click this button, this one, let's copy this dialog description. Let's give the class name for dialog content. So background color will be this hex code hash 1a 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 3 times 1a, max width 2xl. Let's mark this as important. Width full, gap 10, overflow y auto, so it can be scrollable. Text color white, border color will be this hex code, so dash hash 6 times 3. For dialog title, class name, margin bottom will be 2 which is 8 pixel, flex gap will be 2 which is 8 pixel, item center, text size will be 2xl, font bold. Let's close this folder structure as well so you can see clearly. For dialog description, class name, text color will be this hex code 6 times 9. Let's see how it is looking now. Okay, now let's add more content. For example, this slider, this badge. So for that we have to install this slider component from Shadcn. So I will search here slider. Let's get the command. So this is the command. I will copy this, open terminal, new terminal. Let's add this. Let's also take the command for badge. So badge. So this is the badge that we are going to use for genre and mode. So I will copy the command here, this npx command. So this is installed. Let's install this as well. So inside components folder, so here I will first rename this to badge with capital B, rename slider, and I will move both this component inside shared inside UI. So here, let's quit this terminal, and after dialog header, let's close this folder structure as well. I will take one div. Let's make some space here. Class name flex column, gap will be 5. So for each item gap will be 5 which is 20 pixel. Again div, class name flex, gap 4, flex column. Inside this div I will take one more div, class name flex, justify between, items center. Inside this div I will take one label, duration range. So I will write capital R, class name, text size will be 14 pixel which is text SM, font semi bold, text color will be this hex code F2 F2 F2. After this label I will take one span. Here we will show the minutes. So first I will write the hard coded 10 minutes. Class name, font size will be 14 pixel, text color will be this hex code. So hashtag triple time 9. Let's see how it is looking now. Let's close this. Okay, so duration range 10 minutes. So exactly like this, 10 minutes. So after this div I will take this slider. Okay, so we have two UI. Let's see. Okay, so here there is a UI folder. Let me move this to this UI and we will delete this UI folder. Now again I will write slider from UI/slider, max value will be 15, step will be 0.5. So in each step we will increase the value by 0.5 and minimum steps between thumbs will be 1. So let's create the state variable for duration and for rating. So I will go here, const duration, set duration, use state. It will be an array with the initial value as 10. So I will give the type as number array. Let's create the rating. So rating, set rating, use state, default value will be 6. by default the slider will show 6 as the default value for rating. Type will be number of array. Now let's go here, and here instead of hard coded 10 I will write duration of 0. So here I will give the value as duration. On value change, set duration. Now after this div I will create one more div, class name. Let's copy this class name, flex column, so we will give the same class name. Then let's copy this as well. So inside this div I will take the same div, and here we have to show the label and slider. So again I will copy this entire code. Okay, so there is some error here. Okay, this div it is closing here, this div, so it is closing here, and this div is closing here. Okay, let's undo this. So I will copy from here, let's remove this. Yeah, here I will write minimum rating. In span it will be rating of 0 by 15 because max value will be 15. Here I will write rating, set rating, and everything will be same. So let's save this file. Let's see how it is looking now. So I will close this slider. Let's go here. Okay, so we have this duration range and minimum rating, and if I move this slider you can see the value is changing. Let's see for rating. For rating also it is changing, but the color and the slider is reverse. We will fix this later. First we will create the mood selector and genre selector and these two buttons. So let's go back, and after this div I will create one more div, class name, flex column, gap 4, margin top 3. Let's create the label, select mood, and I will copy this style here. Let's paste it, class name. After this label I will create one more div, class name, flex wrap, gap 2, and then I will paste one file here. So let me close all this folder. Inside source I will paste this constant.ts file. It contains all the constant that we'll need in the modal. So you can see genre, moods, and I will remove this background image URL. It is not required. You can find this constant file link in the description below. So I will close this, and here I will write moods dot map mood MOOD. Here we will call the batch component mood. Let's give the class name, cursor pointer, cheap hover, padding x will be 4, padding y will be 2, font size will be 14 pixel, padding top 2, padding bottom 2. Let's also give the key as mood, and you can find this class name cheap over inside global.css. So you can see this is the custom class that we have created for animation, transition all, duration 300, easy out, hover scale 105. So using the apply directive we are using all the Tailwind class, and this is inside utilities layer. So let's close this file. Let's see how it is looking now. Okay, so we have all the moods here, but the styles are not matching currently. We will fix this later. Now after this div I will create one more div, class name, flex column, gap 4, margin top 3. So this is the same div that we are creating for genre. Let's give some space here. Then again we have to show the label. So I will copy this, replace it here, select genres. After that I will create one div, class name, flex wrap, gap 2. And if you don't know what is flex wrap, so if I go here you can see we have 5 items in the line, and you can see for 6 items there is not enough space. So giving flex wrap will automatically adjust the item on the next line. So you can see for this one introspective, there is not much any space here to show this introspective. So that's why it is visible on the third line. Now let's go back inside this div genres dot map genre. Again we will call the badge component genre. Let's give the key as genre. Class name will be same, so I will copy this, paste it here. Let's see how it is looking now. Okay, so we have this 5 genre. Now let's create the footer. We have these 2 buttons. So after this div, I will take dialog, footer, class name, flex gap 6, margin top 6. We'll take one button. First it will be cancel, class name, cursor pointer, background color will be this hex code 141414, font medium, text SM, padding Y2, padding X4, border color. So let me hit enter here. Border color will be this hex code 262626, rounded MD. So I will copy this button, paste it here, and here I will give the background color as FF4x0. Rounded will be 10 pixel. Text will be generate. So generate recommendations. Let's see. Okay, so we don't have padding here, so let's fix this. Okay, we have to write space here also. Let's see. Okay, now we have space, and if you see this button, it is kind of glowing. If I hover, you can see it is kind of glowing. So let's add the class as well. So here I will add glow red, and you can find this class in global.css. So if I search glow red, you can see we are giving some box shadow. Now let's see. Now you can see it is glowing. It is the same button as this one. And let's remove the border as well. We don't need border in this generate recommendation button. Yeah, now let's see. Now you can see there is some more padding. Okay, not this one, this one. There is some more padding in top and bottom compared to this button. So both are same. Now let's style this badge as well. So you can see if I go here, the border is different, background is also different for genre and for mood. So let's go back, and I will command click on this badge component. So here I will cut all this code. First I will comment this out, and I will paste this component. So this is the same component. If you see, import slot from Radix UI, import CVA, type variant from class variants authority. This is the same component. I have just modified some style in these CSS classes here as well, in outline, in destructive, etc. You can find this component link in the description below, and you have to just copy that component and paste in this file. Then I will remove this commented code. Let's see how it is looking now. It is looking all in red, because if you see here, after selecting, this is red, but by default it is red because we have not added any onChange method to it. So let's add that. So I will close this component, and above I will create two state variable, selected moods, set selected moods, use state. It will be a array, but string of array. So in this selected moods, we will store all the string variable whatever user select. After this selected genres, set selected genres, use state, array, type will be string of array. Then I will go here inside moods here, and I will write variant selected moods dot includes mood. Then we will give the default one, else we will give the outline one. If mode is selected means if we select on that mode, then in the array it will be appended, and after that we are checking if this mode is included in this array, then we are showing the default variant, else we will show the outline variant. And on click, let's also add the on click. I will call toggle mode, and here I will pass the mode. Let's create this function toggle mode. Let's take the mode string, set selected modes previous, and here I will check previous dot includes mode, then I will do previous dot filter m. In each iteration we get the mode, m not equals to mode, else array of previous and mode. So what we are doing here, as soon as we select the mode, so this on click handler will get executed, this on click handler whenever we select the mode, and here we are passing this selected mode on whatever user select it. After that we are setting the selected modes in this array. Here we are checking if the selected mode is already there in the array, means we have to remove it then. So that's why previous dot filter, in each iteration we will get the mode from the array, and we will check m not equals to mode. If it is true, then we will discard that variable, not variable, discard that string. And here let's say the mode I selected is ABC, and in the selected modes array ABC is already present. Then what we are doing, previous is this array, selected modes array, so we are checking previous dot includes mode, mode is ABC, which is true, so we are calling previous dot filter, and in each iteration we will get the mode. So first mode is ABC, so then we are checking ABC not equals to mode, m is ABC and mode is also ABC, so this condition is false, so this will discard this string from this array, so this will become empty, and we will deselect that property or that mode. Let's say ABC is not present, then previous dot includes mode, so this array does not contain the ABC. Then we will create a new array, and here we will do dot 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 previous, which is empty array, and then this mode, which is this ABC. So in the end the selected modes will be ABC. Now let's do the same for genre. So I will write const toggle genre string. Here I will do set selected genres previous dot includes genre, then do previous dot filter, we will get the genre, g not equals to genre, else previous and genre. And here again we are doing the same thing, we are just checking if this array contains that genre, then remove it, else add it. Let's copy this toggle genre, go here inside genre, so this is the badge, so I will do on click toggle genre and pass the genre variant selected genres dot includes genre, then show the default variant, else show the outline. Now let's test this. So I will open this modal. Okay, so you can see by default every button has a outline variant. You can see here because this array is empty, so the variant will be outline. And if I select this any mode or genre, then the selected genres and selected mode contain both this string, and this condition becomes true, and then we are showing the default variant. So that's why the background color is red. Now we have to style this slider. So what I will do, I will go to slider component. So from here I will do command click, and again I will remove the code, and here I will paste the same component, just that I have changed some background color and given some style to the slider. Now let's see. Now you can see slider has a red background. Again, you can find the component link in the description below. Now finally, we have created this GPT modal where we can enter all our preferences, and we have a state variables that store all the preferences that we entered. Now if I click this button, then we have to show the recommended movie modal. So if I click this button, you can see it is showing me this modal. So now we have to create this modal. So let's go back. I will close this slider.tsx, open the folder structure, and now let's go back to Chrome. And first, after clicking this button, we have to generate the recommended movie. So for that, we are going to use Gemini model. We will send all our parameters, for example, the range, minimum rating, selected moods, selected genres, and also the existing movie dataset. We are going to send all this dataset to Gemini with prompt, and then we will get the recommended movie. So for that, we have to generate the API key in Google AI Studio. So I will open new tab, Google AI Studio, go to this link aistudio.google.com, and here we have to create a API key. So click this button, create API key, name your key. So I will name this NetflixGPT. Select the cloud project. So I will select my first project, then create key. Let's copy the key, and while creating API key, if this does not show any project, what you can do, you can go to projects, and here you can create a new project, or you can import the project as well. Now let's go back to VS Code, go to .env. Here I will write next public Gemini key, and I will paste this key. Let's write API key. So API. Don't use my key, because after this video I will delete this API key. Now if you notice here, I have added the prefix next public, because we are going to use this key on client side, not on server side. Let's close this env file, and after genre I will create one function, handle recommended movie, arrow function. Let's take try catch. In console I will log error, and we need to install one package. So I will open the terminal, open new terminal, and package name is npm install @google/genai. So if I search this package, google/genai npm, go to this link. So this is the package we are going to use, and this package is from Google. You can also copy this command from here. Let's install this. Okay, so it is installed. Now let's kill the terminal, and here I will write const ai new Google GenAI. So autocomplete is not working. So what I will do, I will copy this, import Google GenAI from @google/genai. After that, here we have to provide the API key. So process.env. I will copy the API key. So next public Gemini API key, paste it here. After this, I will define the model. So we are going to use Gemini 2.5 flashlight model. So Gemini-2.5- flash-light. Now let's create the preferences. It will be a object, genre, selected genres, minimum duration. So here we are creating the payload that we will send to the model. Duration of 0, minimum rating, so min rating, rating of 0, mood, selected moods. After this, I will create the contents. It will be a array, object, role, user, parts. Here we have to give the prompt. So I will write text, then template string. Let's wrap this inside a object. And if you are wondering from where I am writing this payload, so if I go to AI Studio, go to dashboard, chat with models, and here we can click get code, get SDK code. You can select the TypeScript language and you can see import Google GenAI. From Google GenAI we have imported the class, then we have created the new GenAI. After that we have to give the tools that we are not going to use, like we don't want Google search, we also don't want config. We have created the model, which is here Gemini 3 Pro preview. We are using flashlight, and after this you can see these contents that we are creating. So you can see role user, parts, and here input inside text. And after that we are going to do ai.models.generate content stream. This AI is coming from this AI, this new Google Gen AI. So I am referring the code from here. Now let's write it. So inside text I will write you are a movie recommendation system, not system, assistant. Let's close this folder structure. Here is a list of movies. So we have to give all the movies that is available in our platform. So for that what I will do, I will create one state variable const movies, set movies. I can also create all the state variables before writing this handle recommended movie function, but I am writing as we required it, so you can have a better understanding of why we are creating the state variable and why this is needed. Then use state, it will be an array. Let's give the type iMovie, it will be an array of iMovie, and then I will write one function const fetch movies. It will be a async function, try catch console.log error, and after that I will write const data await axios.get, and here we are going to use our endpoint that we created to fetch all the movies, which is API/movies. Then set movies, this data. Now let's call this function. So use effect, and here I will write fetch movies. So as soon as this component loads, we will fetch all the movies, and then we will set this inside this movies state variable. Now here I will write colon JSON inside this curly braces JSON dot stringify, and we will give all the movies. So first we are stringify this movie, so converting this into a string, and then we will send this payload to Gemini model, and here I will also write null and 2. So you can see what is this. I am passing this parameter as 2. It adds indentation, white space, and line break characters to the return value JSON text to make it easier to read. After that I will write user preferences JSON.stringify preferences, again null 2, and this preference is coming from this object where we have all the selected genre, duration we selected, the rating we selected, and all the moods that we selected. After this I will write task. First task, recommended the best movies from the list. Then second task, explain briefly why you chose it. So we will have a reason why the model selected those movies. Then return response in JSON with keys, recommendation, and reason. So we are asking the model to return a response in JSON, means in object, in JavaScript object, with 2 keys, the recommendation, which will be an array of movie, and reason text. After that I will write here const response await ai.models.generate content. Here we will pass the model and contents. After this, okay, so this is throwing an array. We have to wrap this in a async function. Now after response, what I will do, I will take the response. So const text response dot candidates dot 0 dot content dot part dot map. So we will map through each part and we will return the part dot text, and then we will join this /n or no response. So when we will call the API, I will show you the structure of the response when we click that generate movie button. Let me rewrite this response. So if no response is present, this text will be no response string. Now let's print this. So console.log text. I will write this as string text. And let's call this function. So I will go here. Let's hit enter here. And here on click, and we will call this function, and let's see how the response structure is getting printed. So let's go. I will open the network tab. Let's click this button, open network. Let's select the duration as 3, rating 4. Let's select mood, playful, intense, exciting, futuristic, adventurous, science fiction, fantasy, experimental, and generate. So we get the status 200. Let's see the response. So you can see this is the response we get inside parts. So this is the response we get. If I copy this, let's copy this, and in VS Code I will paste it like here. So you can see this is a very long response. Let me quickly restructure this. So you can see this is the response. If you see, first we have this template string JSON, then we have the recommendation key. Here we have this movie ID. You can see the title, Tears of Steel, description, then the video URL for this Tears of Steel. Then again we have the title, Sintel, description, video URL, thumbnail URL, the duration, and we also have the reason. I have recommended Tears of Steel, Sintel, and Elephant Stream because they align with your preferred genre, and this is the genre we selected, which is correct. If we cross check, science fiction, fantasy, and experimental. So science fiction, fantasy, and experimental. After that, all three also meet your minimum duration and rating requirements. Further, their moods: intense, dramatic, futuristic, adventurous, emotional, bittersweet, surreal, mysterious, introspective. All these moods we selected overlap with your stated mood preferences. Yeah. So we have to clean this text. So you can see first we have to remove this JSON and this template string. And in the end also, if you see in the end, we have to remove this as well, this template string. So let's do this quickly. Let's see the console also. So I will open the console. Here we can see it structurally. So you can see we have the recommendation array, ID, title, description, video URL, thumbnail URL, genre, duration, rating, mood, yeah, which is correct. This is array, and we got 1, 2, and 3 movies, and you can see the reason. So we got this response. Now we have to clean this response, and we have to store this response in a state variable, and then we have to show the response in the modal. So let's do this. So here I will do cleaned text dot replace. I will give the regex template string 3 times, then JSON /s star, then pipe /s star template string /g, means globally. We have to replace this with empty string. Let's remove this. Yeah. So we are replacing this template string and JSON with empty string. And after that, I will do const output JSON dot parse clean text. So now you know why we are cleaning the text. If we directly do the JSON.parse text, then JSON.parse will throw error because it is not a valid object. It contains string JSON which is not valid to be parsed. After that, I will print this output. output, let's add colon here. Now let's see this again. So I will clear this out. Let's click generate recommendation, go to network. Okay, so the API response is completed, and now we can see this object. You can see first we have reason, then recommendation with 3 movie, and this is a valid JavaScript object that we can use in our app. And you can also see why we are doing this. If I go to network, go to this API call, you can see response.candidates. So you can see candidates, response.candidates, then it is a array. So that's why I have given 0, and we have used this optional chaining. If this does not exist, then we will make sure our app does not throw the error. And after that, of 0 of content, so you can see .content, .parts. So this is the parts. And again this is a array of object, so that's why we are mapping through each object and we are getting the part dot text. So inside part you can see this is the text, and this can have multiple, that's why we are mapping through each object inside parts. And after that what we are doing, we are using dot join. So this join makes sure whatever parts we get, like if this contain multiple object inside part, then we are joining all the object into a single string and with /n. So if you remember, when I copy pasted the response, there was multiple /n, else we will do no response. And the reason we are converting to a string, because then we have to use the replace property on string to replace this JSON and template string with empty string. Now let's store this output. So I will create a state variable here, const recommended movie, copy this, set recommended movie, use state. Let's keep the initial value as null, and we have to create a type for this. So go to types, not this one. Let's open this folder structure, inside types, movie types, and here I will create one type interface, recommended movie. So if you remember the response, if I go to console, you can see it has two properties, recommendation and reason. So I will copy this recommendation, and it will be a array of movie, and then reason, it will be a string. Let's add colon here. So you can see reason, it is a string. Now let's export this recommended movie. Let's copy this, and here I will give the type as recommended movie. Let's import this, or null, because it can be null also, like it can happen that we will get no response from the API. Now let's copy this, and I will go here, and then I will do set recommended movie output. Now we have stored the output. Now we have to create the modal. So if I go here inside this clone, you can see we have to create this modal. So let's create this. So I will go back. So I will create new component. So inside components I will create new file, recommended movie modal.tsx. I will copy this file name. Let's create the component, and this will be a dialog. So I will return one dialog. Let's export this, export default recommended movie modal. Let's close this folder structure, and first we have to call this modal. So I will copy this, go to NetflixGPT modal component, and here let's create one state variable, const is, let's copy this, set is recommended movie modal open, here also open, use state false, default value will be false. After that I will copy this setter function, go to here, and after setting the recommended movie I will set this value to true, means open the modal. Now we have the output, now we have to open the modal. After that let's go here and I will take curly braces. Is recommended movie modal open? If that is true, show the modal. So recommended movie modal, else null. Here we will pass this value as well. After that set, so I will copy that. Set is recommended movie. Then we have to pass the recommended movie. So recommended movie, make it correct, and movies. So I will tell you the reason why we are passing the movies that we are fetching. First, let's create the props type. So I will go here, and here we will get all the props. So I will copy this, then this one, then recommended movie, then movies. Let's create the type. So I will copy this component name, interface, props. First is recommended movie modal open, which will be boolean value. Then set is recommended movie modal, which will be a function, is open boolean return void. We can also write this open as well. Then recommended movie, which will be a type of I recommended movie or null. Then movies, let's copy this, movies, iMovie of array. Let's give the type here, I recommended movie model props. Now inside dialog I will give the open value, which will be this is recommended movie modal open. Then on open change, set is recommended movie modal open false. Inside dialog I will take the content. So dialog content, let's take the header. Inside header I will take the dialog title. Inside dialog title I will take one icon, sparkles from Lucid React. Let's give the class name, width 6, height 6, which is 24 pixel, and here I will write recommended movies. Let's write ed here. So if I show you, we are creating this modal. So you can see this recommended movies text and this sparkle icon. Then we have to show the reason. Let's do that. First, let's give the class name here, main width 850 pixel, padding x 12, padding y 8, background color #181818, 3 times 18, border none. For dialog header, class name flex gap 0. Then for title, class name, margin bottom will be 4, which is 1 rem 16 pixel, font size 2XL, font medium, text color will be white, flex, items center, gap 2. And after that what I will do, go to NetflixGPT modal, and whenever this button gets clicked, we are calling the Gemini model. So what I will do, I will copy this set is recommended movie modal open, and I will write this on top, and I will do return. The reason I am doing this, because every time we click that button we are calling the API, and that will take time. So just to see how the component looks like, we have to every time call the API. And one more reason is that this also has a token cost. So if I go to network tab and go to this API call, if you see the response, here we are also getting the usage metadata. So candidates token count, how much it is there, prompt token count, total token count. So this also get reduced every time we call the API. So to just see the component, we will just do set is recommended movie modal open true, and we will just return from there. After creating the component, we will remove this both line. Let's see how the component looks like. So you can see no API calls are made, and we are able to see this component. Let's close this network tab. Now we have to create the reason. So let's go back. So after dialog title, I will do dialog description, it will be recommended movie dot reason. Let's give the class name text hashtag 6 time 9 1 2 3 4 5 6. Now after dialog header I will create one div and let's see how it is looking now. Okay, so we don't have any reason. So what I will do or no, not here, no reason. So you can see it is looking like this, so it matches the style. Okay, let's remove this. After that, inside this div, let's give the class first. So flex column gap 4, and inside this div I will take one video tag, ref video ref. Let's create this reference. So const video ref use ref. First it will be null. Let's give the type HTML video element. After ref we have to add the class name. So here we are going to do the same that we did in movie pop-up modal. So if I go to movie pop-up, not modal, component, so we are going to do this same, because initially the video will be not visible, and as soon as we click the play button then it will be visible. So if I show you the demo, let's go here, and here I will play this movie. Here we don't have the movie playing, we only have the thumbnail and this play icon. So we have to take the video tag and keep it invisible until user click on this play icon. So let's go back, and I will create one state variable is video playing. So let's go here, const is video playing, set is video playing, capital I, use state. First it will be false, and here I will write class name CLSX. Let's wrap this inside a curly braces. Object hidden is video playing, and let's rename this to is movie playing. So I will cut this video with movie is movie playing is movie playing. Rename this setter function set is movie playing. Then after this video tag we have to show all the recommended movies, but for that what we are going to do, so if you see here, if I open the network tab, go to network, and I will comment this code. Let's go here, close this modal, generate recommendations. So you can see we are currently able to see the reason, but if I go to components and then this component, so here let's go to NetflixGPT modal, and again I will click generate recommendations, and you can see we have the state variable, and this is the recommended movie. Here we have the recommendation array, description, video URL, thumbnail URL. So this is the response we get from the API, and we have stored this in a recommended state variable. So if I show you this state variable, recommended movie, so this is the value for recommended movie, and we have all the details correct, but sometimes this model gives incorrect video URL, like it will be common data storage googleapis.com/gtv videos, and that's it. And sometimes it also gives incorrect thumbnail URLs. So we will not depend on this information for showing the data. What we will do, we will match the title with our movies. So we are sure that all these movies written by the model is from the movies that exist in our app. So what we will do, we will take the title of each movie that model has written, and we will compare that with the existing movie, and from there we will take the movie object. We will not use this thumbnail URL, video URL, genre, duration, etc., because when I tested it couple of times, sometimes this video URL and thumbnail URL is incorrect. So that's why what I will do, go to recommended movie modal, and here I will create one variable, const filter recommended movies dot filter movie, and we will do return recommended movie dot recommendation dot sum recommendation dot title movie dot title. So what we are doing here, this is the movies that we get from this component. So if you remember previously, I passed this as a prop, and these movies come from this fetch movies function. So here we are fetching all the movies from the database, and then we are filtering the movies, and we are checking in each iteration whether the recommended movie dot recommendation, this is the array of object of movie that we got from the model, and we are adding the sum function whether the title match with our movie title or not. If it is a match, then this will return true, and this filter function will return that particular movie object, and we will do for each movie. Here we can also match the ID as well. So let's match the ID. So if the IDs are correct of what in our database exists and what the model has given, then we will take that movie, because then it is a valid movie. After that, I will copy this const, and after video, let's take curly braces, filter recommended movie dot map, and I will return one div recommended movie index. Here let's give the key recommended movie dot id. Here I will take one div, and here we will store the number, which is index plus 1. So if I show you, you can see we are showing this number 1 2. So that is the index. Let's give the class name text hex code d2 d2 d2. Let's give the class name for this div as well, flex gap 3.5, border b, border color hex code 404040, rounded sm, padding 8, items center, cursor pointer. After this div, I will take one more div, class name, relative, position, cursor, pointer. Now what we have to do? So first I will save the file. Let's go back here. Let's close this. Recommended. So this is showing two movies, 1 2. Now if you see here, whenever I hover on the movie, we are showing this play icon, and after clicking this we are playing the video. So to show this play icon, what we will do, let's go back, let's go to recommended movie. Here I will add on mouse enter and on mouse leave, and I will create one state variable, selected movie, set selected movie null. Let's give the type iMovie or null. Then what I will do, let's copy this, and here I will do set selected movie recommended movie, and in mouse leave I will set selected movie null. So what we are doing here, whenever user hovers on this item, we are setting that item in this state, set selected movie. So whenever I hover on this item, this current movie Tears of Steel will store inside this state variable, and when I hover on this movie, then it will be replaced by this movie Big Bug Bunny, and whenever I hover out, you can see we will set this as null, means we will not show this play icon. We will only show when the selected movie has some value. What we will do, inside this div, I will check selected movie dot id triple equals to recommended movie dot id, then show something else null, and here we will show that play icon div. So let's show some value here. So I will show selected movie dot title just for testing. Let's see. So you can see whenever I hover, we are showing this Big Bug Bunny, means that first movie is a Big Bug Bunny movie. If I hover on this one, we are showing the title Sintel, and if I hover out, now it is invisible. So we have to show the play icon just like that. So let's go back. Let's remove this class name, play icon, absolute, insert 0 means top, bottom, left, right all 0, flex item center, justify center, and inside this div I will take one more div, class name, background color, this hex code 1E1E1480, border white, rounded 4XL, height 12, padding 2, width 12, flex item center, justify center, and inside this div I will take one image, source /assets/play medium.svg, width 30, not white, width 30, height 30, alternate play movie. Let's import this image. So what we are doing here, first of all, this play medium.svg is a assets inside public folder. So you can see play medium.svg. So you can see it is only a play icon. But if I hover here, you can see we have this circle as well as some background color, border radius, etc. So we are creating that div only. So this is the div that we are creating, and inside this div, this is the play icon. So it has background color, border white color, border radius, height, width, flex, etc. And this play icon class is coming from global.css. So it is not a Tailwind class. Here we are setting the background image as linear gradient. So if you see here, whenever I hover, you can see we have some linear gradient as well. So this is the same style that Netflix also have. Let's close this. Now let's test this. So I will go here. Let's hover this. So the play icon is not visible. Let's see. Let's take the thumbnail as well. So after this, on line 80, I will write image, source, recommended movie dot thumbnail URL, width 130, height 74, alternate recommended movie dot title. Let's also give the class name, object cover, rounded SM, which is border radius 4 pixel, mean width 130 pixel, max height 74 pixel. Now let's see. Let me refresh the page. Genres, mood, I will select bunch of this, generate recommendation. Okay, now we can see the play icon and thumbnail as well. So you can see whenever I hover, we can see the icons. Now let's take the title and description. So you can see here the title, description and duration as well. So let's go back. So after this div, I will take one more div, and inside this div I will take one more div. Here I will take span, recommended movie dot title. Let's give the class name for this div, flex, justify between, items center. Now let's give the class name for span, text white, font medium. Let's take one more span. So I will copy this, replace this with description, and here I will give the font size as text base, which is 16 pixel. And after this div, I will take p tag, and here we have to show the duration, not description. Inside this p tag, I will show recommended movie dot description. Let's give the class name, margin top 2, which is 8 pixel, text color, this hex code D2 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 text SM, which is 14 pixel. In this video we are using this hard coded hex code, but next time we will create variables for this using Tailwind, so we don't have to write this hex code, we can simply write the name of the color. Now let's see how it is looking. So now you can see title, duration and description, exactly like this one. And if you notice, 2 movies are generated, and here is the reason, which is looking very good. Now whenever this card gets clicked, we have to play the movie. So if I click this, nothing happens. So let's do that. And before that, I will search for index, and here you can see, if I go back, the font size are very small. Here you can see the font size are big. So let's give the font size text 2XL. Let's see. Now it is big. Now let's do the video part. So I will go here and I will create one function, handle play movie. It will be a async function. We will take the recommended movie of type movie, and then I will check if videoref.current, then I will do videoref.current.source equals to recommended movie.video URL, then videoref.current.poster equals to recommended movie.thumbnail URL, and after that I will do await videoref.current.play, and then we will play this video in full screen. So videoref.current.request full screen, and after play I will set is video playing, which is movie playing, true. So what we are doing here, so first let me call this function. So I will go here, and in this div I will add on click, and here I will call this function and pass the recommended movie. Let's save it. Let's see first. So if I click this, so you can see the video is playing. We can also move forward. Let's play the second one. Okay, so there is one issue, we will fix that later, but now video is playing. You can see we are mapping through each movie, and whenever the button gets clicked, we are calling this function handle play movie and passing the recommended movie, means the selected movie which we are hovered on. Let's add the listener, document dot add event listener, full screen change, handle full screen change. Let's clean up this, return document dot remove event listener, full screen change, handle full screen change. So we did the same thing that we did in movie pop-up. So you can see we are again doing document.fullScreen element is playing false, adding the event listener. So we did the same thing here also, and here just that we pause the movie, but in movie pop-up we just, and here just that we set the current as null. Now let's test this. Let's click on this button, select mood. So I will select bunch of them, genre, duration, generate recommendation. Now if I play this movie, hit the screen, now you can see the video is not visible. So let's see what we did. Here we are mapping through each movie in the recommendation, and we have added this on mouse enter and on mouse leave. So whenever I enter on this mouse, we set the selected movie, and we created the state variable to show this icon. So if selected movie has a value, then here if you see we are doing selected movie.id triple equals to recommended movie.id, then only we are showing this div which contains the play icon and all the styles. And here we are comparing the ID, means we don't want to show if there are 3 movies, and if I hover on the first movie, we don't want to show the icon in all the 3 movies. We only want to show on which the user hovered on. So that's why we are comparing the ID. Then we added on click. So whenever this div gets clicked, we are calling this handle play movie, and we are also passing the recommended movie. Means if there are 3 movies generated and let's say we click on the third movie, then we are sending that third movie, or in this case this first movie, in this function. And then here we are checking if video ref exists, and this video ref is a reference of this video. So if you see here in this map, we have not taken this video. This is only a one video element. If there are 10 movies, then we are not creating 10 video element, because if there are 100 movies generated, we only want to play one movie at a time. So why to take bunch of video for each movie? So I have keep it outside of this map. Then we have added this reference. So what we are doing in this handle play movie, we are checking if video ref dot current exists. If it exists, then we are doing video ref dot current dot source recommended video URL. So if you see this video tag, we have not added any source here. We have not added any source. So we have to add the source to play that movie, and we can do programmatically using this syntax. We are setting the source and we are setting the poster as well. And if I go here, you can see we are setting these 2 attribute, source and poster. After that we are playing the movie, and this is a promise. So that's why I have added await, because without playing we can't enter into the full screen. So that's why I have added await. And after the current.play is successful, we quickly set this is movie playing true. That means as soon as this value become true, this is movie playing, then we have added this in this video element, and this become true. So that means using this negate operator, it become false, hidden will be false, and this video element will be visible. If we do not set this true, then movie will play, but user can't able to see the video element. That's why we have added this is movie playing, and we are also setting this as true. After that we are doing request full screen, means we have to play the movie in full screen. And if you saw that one bug, that movie was playing in the modal. So if we do not set this, that will happen, that it will play in the modal only. So that's why we have to play the movie in full screen. And then if I click this again, if user exit the full screen, then currently we don't have any button to know whether user exited or not. So that's why we have added this use effect to track full screen change. So as soon as this component loads, we have added this event listener that will track whether the full screen change is happened or not. Whenever this event gets triggered, we are calling this function that checks whether the full screen element is false or not. If it is false, means user has exited the full screen. Then we stop playing the movie, means we hide the video element, and after that the video will also play in the background. So that's why I have paused the video. And here we can't set the video ref dot current equals to null, because then it will not work if we click on another video. So that is the flow of how this recommendation movie is working. Let's test this once more time. Let's generate more movies. So what I will do, I will keep the rating as low. Let's select more modes, generate recommendations. Yeah, now we have 3 movies. Let's play. Let's play this one. It is also playing. You can see the title, Big Bug Bunny, duration, description, and also we have the reason. Sintel is a recommended due to its high rating, fantasy genre, adventurous emotional mood, aligning well with your preferences. Big Bug Bunny is a great choice for its light-hearted and uplifting mood, fitting the animation genre. For bigger places, offers an exciting and dramatic experience in the action genre, which you also enjoy. Awesome. So I hope you learned something new, how to use these models in your full stack application to create recommendation assistant like this one. And we are using this in our dataset, like we are providing all our dataset, all our preferences, and this is not just a text application. Here we have the video, we can play the video, we can see the thumbnail, we can see the reason, all the title, description, etc. So if your movie dataset is very large, for example here we have only 5 movies, but if you have 100 movies you can add more parameters here so that you can have more recommendation. Let's cancel this. This is not working. Let's fix this. So I will go back, go to cancel button, go to NetflixGPT Modal. Let's remove this code. And here let's add on click, and here we will do set is NetflixGPT Modal open false. Let's test this. If I click cancel, now it is getting closed. We can also close using this button as well. Let's fix some of the bugs in our app. So I will go to movie pop-up component, and here first I will do video ref dot current dot pause. First we will pause the movie and then we will set this to null because in the background the movie gets playing. Then go to app, API, me, and I have written this file name as route.tsx. I will rename this to route.ts. Then go to server auth. In server auth we are getting the user from the database, but here we are not calling the connect to DB function. In local it works because database connection is in the global cache, but when we deploy this application it will throw a error user does not found because we have not connected to the DB. So I will call await connect to database function. So first we will connect to the database and then we will find the user. Then I will go to movie info modal, and here in dialog content I will add one class pop-up shadow. So this class we are getting from global.css. So you can see we are just adding some box shadow. In movie info we are adding the box shadow to the modal, and we have to add this class in one more place. So I will go to movie pop-up, and inside this div I will add this class. So we will have the box shadow when we hover on any movie. Then I will go to option.ts, and inside session I will add max age. Max age will be 30 into 24 into 60 into 60. So we are setting the JWT token expiration 30 days. So this equivalents to 30 days. And then let me close all this file. I will go to source, shared, components, and here we have this drop down menu component, but I will move this component inside UI. Update the imports, yes. Now let's test it. I will refresh the page. Okay, so everything is working fine. Let me hover on this movie, open modal, play the movie. Let's go back. Also, if you are having any doubts or if you have any suggestions, you can drop a comment below. Also, you can join my Discord community from the link in the description below. If you are facing any issues, or if you are stuck while creating this app, or if you have any type of questions, you can directly ask there. Now let's deploy this application. So first we have to create a GitHub repo. So I will go to Chrome and go to github.com/new. I will create the repository name fl-netflixgpt. Let's create the repository. Then I will copy this command. So you have to copy from git commit to git push origin main. So I will copy this, go to VS Code, open the terminal, open new terminal, and first we have to add all the changes in staging. So I will go to the source control and let's see what changes we have. Okay, all these changes are fine. I will do git add dot. It will add all the changes in staging area. Then I will paste this command and hit enter. Now let's go to the GitHub, and if I refresh the page, you can see we have pushed our code in this GitHub repo. Now we have to deploy this application. So we will deploy this application on Vercel. So I will go to vercel.com. I have already signed in. You can also sign in using your GitHub account. Here we have to select the repo fl NetflixGPT. I will hit this import button. Framework Next.js root directory / which is correct. Now we have to add all the environment variables. So I will go to VS Code, go to .env file. Let me close this terminal. So I will copy all this env file and I will directly paste it here. So it will automatically create all the variables for us. So you can see MongoDB URI, auth secret, Google client ID, Google client secret, GitHub client ID, GitHub client secret, next public Gemini API key. You can also copy all the variables from env and you can directly paste it here. You can also import from the env file, but this is the easier way. Then I will click deploy. This will take some time to deploy this application. You can see the deployment is started. You can see all the logs here. It is installing the dependencies. Now it is creating the build. Now you can see we have successfully deployed this application. You can see the preview of the website, which is the login page. And if I click on this preview, it will open the NetflixGPT app. Now let's log in. First we have to create a new account. So I will go to sign up page, username. Let's say Frontend Lab, email frontendlab12@gmail.com, password 123456. And also, if you remember, in Google and GitHub, we have added that localhost 3000. So now you have to also add this production URL in Google and GitHub as well. Currently we are logging with credentials, so this will not have any issue. Now if I click sign up, you can see I have redirected to the profiles page. Here is the username. Let's click the profile. The first movie in the Billboard component is now playing. If I scroll down, you can see all the top movies. Let's add this movie in favorites. So you can see this movie is added in my favorites. Let's open this Modal. Yeah, we have all the description, genre, mood. So it is working as expected. We can also play the movie. Let's see the NetflixGPT Modal. So I will click this button. Let's do some movie recommendation. Duration 2, rating 2, moods, generate recommendations. So you can see it has generated 3 movies. With reason, I chose these movies because they align with your preferred genres, which is correct. The first movie is Sintel, second Tears of Steel, Elephant's Dream. We have the description, duration. Let's play this movie. So this is playing as well. So everything is working great. You can add this project in your portfolio or resume. You can also add some more features to it. And if you do so, then please share the links in the comments below. So that's it for this video. I hope you learned a lot and enjoy building this project. If you find this video helpful, then please like and subscribe to the channel. And don't forget to check out frontendlab.io, and I will meet you in the next video.